Good morning. Good morning. All righty. We're going to get started. We have a tight schedule today. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty, students, alumni, families, and distinguished guests. I'm Dr. Crystal Brewington, Assistant Professor and Master's Project Sequence Coordinator, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to SUNY Downstate Health Sciences University's Occupational Therapies Program Master's Project Day of Scholarship and Recognition. Today is especially meaningful as we gather for the 24th Annual Master's Project Day, a long-standing tradition that highlights the scholarly achievements, dedication, and excellence of our occupational therapy students. This year's celebration is made even more special as it takes place during a milestone year for the School of Health Professions, which is proudly celebrating 60 years of excellence. As we honor this remarkable legacy, we also celebrate a historic moment within our own department. The occupational therapy class of 2026 makes history with 10 research projects that highlight their dedication, innovation, and passion for advancing our profession. This achievement reflects not only the growth of our program, but also the commitment, intellectual curiosity, and perseverance of our students, who have worked diligently to contribute meaningfully to the profession of occupational therapy. Their presentations represent months of inquiry, collaboration, problem solving, and hard work. And today we have the privilege of witnessing the results of those efforts. This day is a celebration of scholarship, but it's also a celebration of purpose. Each project presented today reflects our students' passion for advancing practice, addressing real-world needs, and making a lasting impact on individuals, families, and communities. Their work reminds us of the power of occupational therapy to transform lives and the importance of research in shaping the future of our profession. As we listen to today's presentations, let us celebrate the creativity and innovation of our students. Let us also recognize the faculty mentors, advisors, and supporters who have guided them along the way. Most importantly, let us be inspired by this new generation of occupational therapists who are contributing to the future of our field. Class of 26. At this time, it is my honor to invite Dean Alan Lewis from the School of Health Professions to offer remarks as we begin the celebration of scholarship and achievement.
Good morning. Welcome. I'm Alan Lewis, for anybody who doesn't know, Dean of the School of Health Professions. It's good to see you all here, OT class. Are there any parents and family members here already? If so, raise your hand. Okay, let's salute them. Because we know the importance of family and our support systems, right? I dare to say that you OT students who are very successful would not be as successful, maybe not even be in the seats you're in right now, in the positions you're in, were it not for your families. So we owe them a debt of gratitude. We all do in terms of family. So again, welcome to this day of celebration and recognition, and actually scholarship and recognition. And so today we're going to do a couple things. I'm not going to be here the whole day, but I'm starting off with you, and I regret that I have some other commitments. But let me just say a couple things. You know, our OT is such an important profession to our school. You know, this year we're celebrating our 60th anniversary, and that means we started in 1966. And we had 2 programs that were with us when we had that start in '66. I know none of you students were alive then, not even thought about 1966, 60 years ago. But occupational therapy and physical therapy were the 2 programs we had. And so we've had those 2 programs all the way through and continue the excellence and legacy of doing great things for our OT students. So We're happy about that. So the first thing you do today has to do with scholarship and research. And we know that that's important. Although you're training to be clinicians, we know that you have to have a strong affinity and ability to consume research, because that's the only way, as you go out and begin your clinical work, that you'll be able to keep your finger on the pulse of evidence-based practice. Because evidence-based practice is, as you know, driven by research and scholarship. And we know that things change all the time. This is 2026, and I dare say that the things that are happening in OT in this year are very different from those that happened a couple decades ago. So we're happy that you have exercised your research and scholarship muscles, and today you'll be showing those off. And then the second part of today is really the white coat ceremony. White coat ceremonies really have been around for about 30 or so years. They started in Chicago in 1989, University of Chicago, and then they kind of went dormant, and then in 1993 they started again right across town at Columbia University. And initially they were primarily earmarked for physicians in training. And physicians in training would get those white coats at the beginning of their academic study, not at the point you're getting yours today. But over time, many health professions began to jump on the bandwagon and start to use that white coat ceremony as a marker in time to indicate the transition, a rite of passage, if you will, from classroom-based or didactic instruction to clinical and applied instruction. So we all know that to be a healthcare professional, there's a lot of theory, a lot of concepts, a lot of information you have to know in your head, but just knowing that doesn't make you a good clinician. That has to take root in action. So when you get your white coat, that means that you'll then begin to see where the rubber meets the road, where your knowledge then becomes action as you try it out in a clinical setting. And so that's very important, and it's also very exciting. So I'm sure you're looking forward to that. I would encourage you, as you embark on going out to your clinical placements, to really recognize how well trained you are. You have the best faculty, you're the best student, you know a lot about the content that you're working with, you know about ethics and values, how you should provide care, you know the impact of culture on providing services. So you have a lot of tools in your tool belt. So don't be afraid to exercise those muscles. I would encourage you to take a few risks. You'll have some people there as guardrails to make sure you don't get carried away in your risk-taking. But take some risks, because it's time for you to learn and to begin to flex those applied muscles. So it'll be important for you. So today, we're recognizing you for your scholarship and research, and also for the transition you're making to your applied education, which will be fairly short. And then next thing you know, you'll be out there in the field doing the great things that you've been expecting to do within this field as an occupational therapist. So with that, I'm going to say, have fun, enjoy the day, and we're very proud of you. Thank you.
Okay. Dean Lewis, hang tight. Don't go too far. Just want to say on behalf of all the faculty and as one of the flagship programs of the School of Health Professions, just want to thank you. Thank you for your leadership and your steadfast support of our program. I would say probably in the last 10 years since you've been here, in your tenure, you've seen countless students graduate, ushered the program through several successful reaccreditations, launched new programs. A lot has happened as we continue in this next decade to pursue excellence. So with that appreciation, I just want to invite you back to the stage and hand you an honorary OT of the Day sweatshirt. For, again, your countless support of our program.
I guess you give me a hint that my attire needs to be expanded, right? My wardrobe. My wardrobe needs to be expanded, but give me some clothes. I would agree. Let me just say, occupational therapy my first professional job it was my second professional job, 1985, in a community mental health center. My direct supervisor was an occupational therapist. So I learned about OT very early in my career. I started working in '83, but my second job in '85, she was an occupational therapist and was amazing. And throughout my entire 40-plus year career, particularly on the academic side, I've always had such an appreciation for occupational therapy. And I've always thought, I'm a rehabilitation counselor, but I've always thought that if I were smart enough, or if I knew enough, had the awareness of the discipline when I was doing my study, I probably would have tried to be an OT. Although I don't think I have the intellectual chops to make it happen, because I recognize how tough the discipline is. Most people don't realize how in-depth occupational therapy is. And so I don't for a minute think I would have been successful in studying that field, but I've always had a great kinship and appreciation for occupational therapy. And administratively, over my academic career, I've always had an occupational therapy program in my portfolio. So I just want to say, OTs are great. Thank you again.
Can we have the slides displayed, please? Thank you. All righty. It is now my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Leanna Rook. Dr. Leanna Rook is a proud 2012 graduate of SUNY Downstate Health Sciences University, where she earned her Master's of Science in Occupational Therapy. She completed her post-professional doctorate at Binghamton University in 2025, with research focused on professional development and strengthening professional identity in occupational therapy. Before becoming an occupational therapy practitioner, Dr. Rook began her career as an elementary science teacher within both the New York State NYCPS and Mary McDowell Friends School in Brooklyn. This foundation in education continues to shape her practice, informing how she supports students and aligns therapeutic intervention with instructional goals and classroom expectations. In addition to delivering direct services, Dr. Rook provides in-service training for colleagues, educators, and families on sensory processing, handwriting development, executive functioning, and strategies to promote homework independence. Her work focuses on advancing inclusive and responsive learning environments, grounded by the belief that occupational therapy belongs at the heart of educational access. Dr. Rook lives in Port Washington, New York, with her husband, their 2 daughters, and their rescue dog, Miss Millie Mae. She actively engages in community and international service alongside her family. Dr. Rook prioritizes lifelong learning in both her professional and personal life, continually seeking opportunities to grow and develop new skills. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Leanna Rook.
Good morning, everyone. I think is it up here? Do I have the click? Oh, there we go. Okay, hope the formatting goes right. I have been playing around with Canva lately, and transferring that to PowerPoint isn't always so seamless. Anyway, if there are graphical, visual errors, just imagine that it's beautiful. Okay, wow, this is exciting. This is my first keynote, so I'm very honored. Thank you, Dr. Brewington, for that kind introduction. And thank you for the invitation to Dr. Nueri and Dr. Brewington to be here today. It's truly an honor to be a part of this moment. And just to remind you, my name is Leanna Rook, and I am a proud Downstate alum. Okay, and the clicker. Okay. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. To the faculty and leadership here at Downstate, thank you for the work you do every day to prepare the next generation of occupational therapy practitioners. To the graduates And to your families and friends, welcome, but more importantly, congratulations. Today is such a milestone of joy, not just for you, but for everyone who supported you along the way. And for me, this is also a bit of a full circle moment, because I once sat right where you're sitting now, feeling proud, excited, and if I'm being honest, a little unsure of what would come next. So if you're feeling any of that today, rest assured you're exactly where you're supposed to be. This is my class of 2012. I'm in the left bottom corner, but really special people whom I maintain relationships today. Okay, so now let me give you a quick sense of where we'll move through. I'll start by sharing a bit about my path to OT, because it didn't follow a straight line. I'll share some things I learned along the way, some expected, some not. We'll talk honestly about what it actually feels like to start out in this profession and some ways to make better next decisions. Not a perfect plan, just the right next step. And we'll come back to what really matters as you begin building your career, because whether you realize it or not, you've actually already started. Okay, full disclosure, I never even heard of OT when I was in high school or even grad school or undergrad. It wasn't until grad school. In fact, I found it completely by accident, so it was never part of my true master plan. What was always consistent, though, was that I wanted to work with kids, and that part never changed. And for context, I went to college before smartphones, before Google was a thing. It was a time when college essays were typed on a word processor, so if you made a mistake, you had to start over. And then that was mailed into admissions, so if you can imagine that. I also was the first person in my family to go to college, so I didn't have a roadmap. And a lot of my direction came from the people I looked up to, especially the educators who supported and encouraged me. So naturally, my instinct was, surprise, to become a teacher. I was proud when I graduated and ready to change the world. But in 2003, the first yellow bullet, when I started my first true professional teaching job in New York City, I met the school's occupational therapist. And something about that just clicked. It wasn't dramatic. It was more like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. But switching careers as a first-year professional just wasn't an option. I had just spent 3 years and made a significant investment in being a teacher, so I stayed with it, partly to make sure that that feeling wasn't a passing moment. Then life kept moving. A few years later, I got married, and in the summer of 2008, we welcomed our first daughter. My husband and I made the decision that I would take time away from working to be home with her and fully embrace the motherhood experience. It was one of the happiest times in my life, and it gave me space to reflect on what I really wanted moving forward. And along the way, I realized something had shifted. The timing was finally aligning to move towards becoming an OT. So for about a year and a half, my days involved cruising public parks of Brooklyn with my toddler. Fort Greene Playground South, FYI, was our favorite because it had the most swings and a wobbly bridge. Then at night, after my husband got home from work, I spent researching OT programs and completing prerequisite courses. It was a busy time, but it was exciting. Fortunately, that decision brought me here to Downstate. And that's where everything started to take shape. Back on? Oh. Well, yeah, there's more to it. During the program, I became pregnant with our second daughter. Thankfully, she was late, this is interesting, and was born about a week after I finished my final level 2 fieldwork placement. During, was it Sandy? What was 2012? Oh, it was Sandy. During Sandy, that was a crazy time. We had to line up. I was 9 months pregnant, and we had to line up at gas stations to hope we had gas because we lived in Brooklyn, but my doctor was in Manhattan, so crazy. So when I say I understand what it takes to get to this moment, Trust me, I do. After graduation, our little family of 4 left our rent-controlled one-bedroom apartment on Lafayette Avenue and moved to our first home in Port Washington. My older daughter started UPK, and my youngest spent the first 4 months of her life studying for the MBCOT with me in a rented study room reserved study room at the public library. Finding out that I had passed the NBCOT was both a huge relief and accomplishment. We spent the summer celebrating while I got ready to return to New York City public schools in September, only this time as a school-based OTP. From there, I spent over a decade working throughout Queens, in a variety of schools. And one of the things about this setting is that you'll see everything. Over the years, I've worked with high school students, middle school students, elementary school students, pre-K, 3K, and will soon be able to add 2K to that list. I worked in specialized programs like Nest and Horizon, which are partnered by NYU. I've served on the evaluation team, worked as a mentor therapist, and supported individual school teams such as the Crisis, Lunch Bunch, Banana Splits, and a social emotional committee, just to name a few. The thing is, none of those steps were random. Each one was a decision to try something new, to learn something different, and to stretch beyond my comfort zone. Not a master plan, but a series of intentional decisions. Eventually, I came to a point where I felt ready for something more, not because I had it all figured out, but because I had questions. And that's what led me back to school for my doctorate at Binghamton University. It would have been Downstate, but Downstate didn't start yet. FYI. Binghamton was a great program. Truly stellar. I wanted to challenge myself in new ways to begin building towards something bigger, including teaching and contributing to the profession on a broader scale. And now standing here at Downstate, it truly feels like a full circle moment. Looking back on that path, it wasn't straight, but it was always moving somewhere. Next slide. Okay. So when I really think about it, this is what it comes down to. You don't start with clarity. You build it. You don't figure it all out first. You figure it out by doing. And direction doesn't come from a perfect plan. It comes from your next decision, one decision at a time, which leads me to something I wish I understood a little earlier. Now, before I say this, I want to acknowledge something. Downstate has prepared you incredibly well. You've developed clinical reasoning, problem-solving skills, and the ability to really, truly understand people. But there's one thing no program can do for you, and that leads me to the first point. Your career is something you have to shape, and early on, there's something you have to watch out for. It's not something often talked about, but it happens all the time. You take the job that's available, the setting that's familiar, the opportunity that's right in front of you, and over time, those choices start to stack up. That's how careers drift. And here's the part that matters. Default paths are easy, but easy isn't always right. And you're not choosing and if you're not choosing intentionally, you drift. So as you begin your career, the question becomes, how do you actually avoid that? The good news is, you already know how. Because this is exactly how you think as an occupational therapy practitioner. You pay attention to what energizes you. You build skills with intention. You learn by doing the work. And then you do what we always do. You reflect. What fits, what doesn't, and then you adjust and you move forward. So you see, you don't need a perfect plan. You just need better next decisions. And now I want to share how I came across a way of thinking about this that really helped me to make sense of it. 2023 was a tricky year for me. My mother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I was working full-time, raising 2 teenagers, one of whom was beginning the college application process. And if you know, you know, that alone can test even the most organized person. Oh, and let me not forget to mention, I was also into my doctorate. So in an effort to stay grounded and to manage all of it, I started meditating. not in any profound way, just as a way to get through the day. And that's when I came across Craig Maud's book, Things Become Other Things, which is a memoir about his meditation walking journey across Japan. And through that, I was introduced to the idea of ikigai, and it really resonated with me. In part, fun fact, I was born in Japan. My father was a Marine. And fun fact number 2, I've been planning a trip back to Okinawa, where I was born, to celebrate a milestone birthday coming up. I'll give you a hint, it rhymes with nifty. It's slated for January 2027, and it's something that I've always wanted to do for a very long time. So in a lot of ways, again, this is another full circle moment. But I digress, let's get back on track. Ikigai. Ikigai is a way of thinking about life, a life built around meaning and alignment. It's the overlap between what you care about, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can sustain. In Western culture, you'll often see this represented as the purpose model, like the Venn diagram you see here, which is more of a simplified version of it. But the takeaway is this. I'm not sharing something that you need to figure out all at once, but as a way to think about direction. Because when I look back, this is what I had been building toward all along. And this is the way we actually move towards that. It's something you already know how to do. So if that's the idea, how do you actually move toward it? This is where it becomes practical. Because if we think about this like an OT, this is just a task analysis. You assess what matters to you, what you're drawn to, what gives you energy. You build and refine your skills through your work, through experience, and over time. And you learn by doing the work, because that's where the clarity actually happens. Then you take a step back and reflect what fits, what doesn't, and then you adjust and move forward. That's exactly what I did. It even shaped my doctoral research on continuing professional development, which came from that same process, experiencing something, questioning it, and wanting to make it better. Again, this isn't about finding a perfect path, it's about engaging in the process. So as you think about what comes next, the question whether you'll have a career or not, you will. The question is, what will you build? And the good news is you don't need to have this all figured out. You don't need a perfect plan. You only need to take the next step, keep learning, stay curious, and build it over time. So before we go and wrap up, I just want to give a quick word about AI. Whether we're ready or not, it's already part of how we work. The question isn't if you'll use it, it's how. Never let it replace your clinical reasoning. Use it to deepen your understanding, not shortcut it. Build on it, but don't depend on it. And most importantly, remember you are responsible for what you produce. If you're curious, I've included a resource here that goes deeper into how this is showing up in school-based practice. So you can access it there. So I'll leave you with this. Your path doesn't have to be straight, and it may not look the way you expect, but if you keep showing up, keep learning, and keep making intentional decisions, it will move forward, one decision at a time. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this moment, and congratulations again. If you'd like to stay connected or learn more, I've included a QR code here with my doctoral work and contact information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so without further ado, let us now begin the 24th Annual Master's Project Day with enthusiasm and anticipation for the inspiring presentations ahead, as we celebrate scholarship, honor achievement, and recognize this historic moment for the class of 2026. I will call the first group to the stage, which happens to be mine. Standardizing the AFCS, item revision, and norm development for a valid computer self-efficacy assessment.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Colleen, and I'm joined by Alexandra and Jennifer, and today we will be presenting our research on standardizing the assessment of foundational computer skills, item revision, and norm development for a valid computer self-efficacy assessment. Okay. So computer self-efficacy refers to an individual's ability to apply specific skills to perform computer-related tasks, and it is overall essential for social inclusion, employment, education, and participation in everyday life. And currently there are barriers that marginalized populations are facing, such as including unhoused individuals, which include limited access to technology as well as a lack of formal education. And although there are current tools to assess computer self-efficacy out there, they are often targeted towards specific populations, such as students or individuals who have familiarity with computers. So they often fail to capture real-world performance as well. This study aims to address these gaps by refining a new measure called the Assessment of Foundational Computer Skills. It was developed by Braxton Willoughby, who is our co-investigator, and an occupational therapist working in the unhoused sector. So, to begin, the group conducted a literature review to reveal existing assessments as well as assessment guidelines to help revise the questions that Braxton had already written within the survey. In the very beginning of our research, we wanted to know essentially what is already out there. And as I mentioned, there are existing tools, but they are targeted, and they may rely on technology that isn't widely accessible. They often overlook emotional regulation They often overlook how emotional regulation affects performance on computer tasks. However, several of these models did inform our revision of the AFCS overall. One study in Korea showed that computer competency goes beyond technical skills to include self-belief and adaptability. And similarly, another assessment we found was called the DigiComp 2.0, and this was found to capture both skill-based and cognitive emotional aspects of digital engagement. So overall, the AFCS draws from both these frameworks by combining confidence and emotion within the computer self-efficacy assessment, and this overall emphasizes that effective measures must balance practical skills with computer self-efficacy as well. Next, we looked into assessment guidelines to once again refine those questions that Braxton had written in the survey already, and some of the suggestions from the literature included avoiding conjunctions in questions like and, but, and, or, as these kind of indicate the presence of two options for respondents to answer. So later on, when revising the survey, we took those out to kind of reduce confusion. Additionally, determining the length of scale item, so the actual questions, was paramount to achieving sufficient reliability of this scale. One study recommended piloting 10 to 12 items per construct. So within our assessment, we had subdomains of confidence and emotional regulation. So maybe in one, there would be 10 questions, and in another, there would be 12. Finally, the research suggested assessing the readability of the survey before piloting it to a test group. So our group found a computer software called Cometrics, and this assesses for jargon or unclear wording in the questions. So we wanted to make sure every question was really accessible for individuals before we sent it out to the test group. This leads us into our research questions. How can we transition the AFCS into a valid standardized assessment that effectively measures computer self-efficacy skills around the constructs of confidence level using a computer, mastery of computer skills, as well as emotional regulation when using a computer? Next, based on this revised assessment, what is the mean score within the general population, and how does this score vary across different demographic groups? Finally, how reliable is the AFCS in terms of test-retest reliability and internal consistency when used across a general population sample? And next, Jennifer will get into our methods.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. I will now talk about the materials and methods used for our study. Our study used a quantitative approach to evaluate both the reliability and validity of the AFCS survey. As Colleen mentioned, the AFCS is a self-report tool used to measure computer skills with 30 items across 3 different domains. Responses are measured on a 4-point Likert scale, ranging from 0, which is none of the time, to 3, which is all the time. On the right in the chart, you can see a few examples from each domain. For example, in the confidence domain, the participant would be asked how confident they feel in their ability to complete a specific computer task, for example, typing effectively. For the emotional regulation domain, they will be asked of their impact of mood on their computer performance. Next, for the performance domain, they will be asked on the objective ability to complete a functional task, for example, sending an email. Our sample included 159 adults age 18 and older, recruited nationwide through online and community-based methods. Our inclusion criteria were minimal, with it just being English fluency and access to a digital device. Now I'll go over a few of the tools used to evaluate the readability and language accessibility of the AFCS. First, the Cometrics Terra tool, as Colleen mentioned, was used to analyze text ease. It provides a grade-level estimate using the Flesch-Kincaid formula to help ensure that items were simplified without losing its meaning. For example, if a more complex statement at a grade 12 level was written, we would rewrite it to be a grade 4 level while keeping the same idea. Secondly, we use the English vocabulary profile to assess language difficulty. This is a standard scale from A1 to C2 for language proficiency. Each word of the AFCS was inputted and analyzed, and then adjusted to make sure that it fell within the A to B level vocabulary. Overall, these tools ensured the measure is accessible, readable, and appropriate for a broad population. Now I will go through the step-by-step procedure used in the study. First, as Colleen mentioned, we did a comprehensive literature review to guide assessment development. Then we revised the AFCS to improve psychometric quality, especially reliability. Standard Likert scale development guidelines were applied to improve clarity and consistency. We then submitted the study to the IRB for approval, and once it was approved, we distributed it via Qualtrics, and data collection occurred over an 8-week period. To assess test-retest reliability, we instructed the participants to complete the survey measure again 1 week later. Finally, a statistician helped us analyze all of our data.
All right, so next we'll look at our results. Beginning with the demographics, we found 159 participants to complete the pre-test, so that was just taking the AFCS the first time. The largest age group was 25 to 34 years old, and majority of participants identified as female. Regarding race and ethnicity, the majority of participants identified as white, and most participants reported high levels of education, with 38% having graduated college and 35% reporting postgraduate education. So now for the bulk of our results, one of the main things we were looking at here was internal consistency of the survey. So what this measures is whether several items that propose to measure the same general construct are producing similar scores. The 30-item scale overall showed excellent internal consistency with an alpha value of 0.95. The ideal value we're looking for here is 0.9. Functional computer performance showed excellent reliability, while confidence demonstrated acceptable to good reliability. So what this means is that questions within these subdomains, for the most part, accurately measured what they intended to measure. The emotional regulation subscale showed a little bit lower internal consistency with an alpha value of 0.67, and this indicates moderate reliability relative to other domains. This could have been due to the fact that there were less questions within that subdomain. Next, we looked at test-retest reliability, which looks at participants' scores across both times they took the survey. We found that all domains demonstrated excellent reliability. So we can see here, again, we're looking for that value of 0.9, and all domains scored above a 0.9. So many of you in this room took the survey, so across both times that you took it, you stayed pretty consistent, which was what we were looking for.
Okay, so to evaluate the construct validity, we conducted a confirmatory factor analysis to see if the AFCS grouped into the 3 intended subdomains. The model did not show a strong fit with a CFI of 0.65 when it should be greater than 0.95, meaning the data did not clearly separate into the 3 intended subdomains. However, the primary goal of the study was not to prove the 3 separate constructs, but to determine whether the AFCS measures CSE as a whole. And overall, the results support that, as evidenced by the strong internal consistency that Colleen presented. It's important to remember that the AFCS was originally designed for clinical populations, such as unhoused individuals. In those groups, confidence and actual ability may not align as closely, so separating these domains may still be meaningful. In contrast, our convenience sample likely had better self-awareness, which may explain why everything loaded onto the one factor. Future research should explore the tool in clinical populations and also consider simpler models like a 1 or 2 factor design for the general use. Figure 6 on the right shows a distribution of the pretest scores for each subdomain and the total score of the 159 participants. The distributions are right-skewed, indicating that most participants reported high scores across all domains. Table 2 shows descriptive statistics for each question in the AFCS. Overall, most questions demonstrated relatively high mean scores, generally above a 3.5 on a 4-point scale, suggesting that participants reported a high level of confidence in foundational computer skills. However, a few items stood out with lower scores. Notably, question 6, I can fix a computer problem if I get confused, followed by question 29, I know how to use AI tools to find community resources. Question 12, I can stay calm when my computer runs slowly. And lastly, question 28, I can use AI websites to help me write a letter. Together, these items suggest that participants may be relatively comfortable with basic or routine computer tasks. However, they may struggle more with troubleshooting when things go wrong, using newer tools like AI, and managing frustration during tech challenges. We also calculated the total score to be 80.4 out of a max score of 90, which gives us an 89% average for our population. It should be noted these scores likely represent a population with higher baseline digital literacy and may overestimate performance compared to more marginalized groups. Table 8 represents the readability analysis of the AFCS items using the Flesch-Kincaid grade level and Flesch reading E scores. Similar to the one we ran in the beginning of the assessment creation, this time, however, incorporates the participant responses into its analysis. Overall, the scale demonstrated strong readability, with an average reading level of around a 5th grade reading level, making it accessible for the broad population. However, a few items were more complex, notably question 14, 29, and 4, which may need revision for individuals with lower literacy. So, overall, this study aimed to evaluate whether the revised AFCS can function as a valid, standardized assessment of computer self-efficacy, establish preliminary normative data, and determine its reliability within a general population. The findings provide strong initial support for the survey as a reliable and broadly valid tool. A key focus was construct validity, whether the AFCS truly measures CSE. In occupational therapy, this is critical because assessments must accurately capture the skill they intend to measure in order to guide clinical decision-making. The AFCS demonstrated excellent internal consistency, with items pointing toward one underlying concept of overall confidence and ability with computers. The AFCS also showed strong retest reliability, meaning it produced consistent results across items and over time. This is essential in OT practice, as clinicians rely on stable and dependable tools to assess clients and track progress. Looking at our sample's descriptive data, the average score was high, an 80.4 out of 90, suggesting strong self-reported computer skills. While most participants reported confidence in basic computer tasks, lower scores in areas like problem solving, emotional regulation, and use of AI highlight key areas for intervention. Even in a highly skilled sample, these challenges were consistent, suggesting they are important targets for skill development. Overall, the AFCS shows strong potential as both an assessment and intervention planning tool. For occupational therapists, it can help identify gaps in digital skills, guide individualized treatment, and support greater independence and participation in an increasingly tech-driven world.
I will now highlight some of the key limitations of our study. First, our sample was a convenience sample, which limits its generalizability. It was heavily skewed towards educated white and female participants, most with significant computer experience. Secondly, there is self-report bias. Since the AFCS relies on participants rating themselves, many responses may not reflect actual ability. People may overestimate or underestimate their skills due to self-awareness or social desirability. Additionally, the test retest sample size was small. Only 54 participants completed both the pre and post tests, while reliability results were strong, a large sample would provide more robust evidence. Lastly, this tool is still in the early stages of validation and is not yet fully standardized for widespread clinical use. More research with larger and more diverse samples is needed before it can be widely implemented, so for right now, OT should treat the current version as an emerging tool. In conclusion, the AFCS shows strong potential as a reliable and accessible tool for assessing computer self-efficacy in OT practice. It can help clinicians identify barriers to digital engagement and guide targeted client-centered interventions, particularly around confidence, skills, and emotional regulation. However, the tool still is in the early stages of development, so more work is needed, including refining items and collecting normative data, before it can be widely used as a standardized assessment. Here are our references, and we'd like to thank Dr. Crystal Brewington and Braxton Wilby as our co-investigators on this project. We thank you for your support throughout the entire process. Any questions?
Okay, I'll call our next group to the stage, please.
Good morning. My name is Nina, and I'm here with my colleagues Rachel, Christina, and Natasha. Today we'll be presenting our master's project, Parental Perspectives on Disability Services for Children in Jamaica. We'd like to start by thanking our faculty advisor, Dr. Crystal Brewington, our research coordinator, Dr. Michelle Tomlinson, for their guidance throughout this project. We'd also like to give a special shout out to Dr. Tashara Brown, who started us on this project. Children with disabilities and their families face significant barriers to care globally, and in Jamaica, it's compounded by ineffective policy, a lack of rehabilitation services like occupational therapy, and deep systemic barriers. Despite a growing body of literature on this topic, there remains a critical gap in recent localized research that speaks to what Jamaican families are actually experiencing today. And so it was our hope that this project would serve as a first step in bridging that gap. The existing literature tells a consistent story. Policies such as the National Disabilities Act, the Program of Advancement Through Health and Education, PATH, and the Jamaican Council for Persons with Disabilities, JCPD, exist, but are poorly enforced and rarely reach the families who need them most. Families face financial strain, geographic exclusion, undertrained educators, widespread stigma, and significant emotional burden. These challenges are not unique to Jamaica. They are documented across the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Importantly, prior research has largely focused on specific subpopulations and rarely focused on lived experiences of parents or caregivers themselves. So from the literature review, we can see that there's the gap. Most parents never receive support from PATH or JCPD, and those who do report that it falls short of meeting their needs. The purpose of this project was to start to bridge this gap by gathering first-person perspectives from parents in Jamaica to identify unmet needs and inform more equitable support systems. Our guiding research question was this: what are the lived experiences of parents raising children with disabilities in Jamaica, and what barriers and unmet needs do they face?
Three parents of children with disabilities resided in Westmoreland Parish of Jamaica were recruited by Dr. Tomlinson's contacts. Each completed a one-time semi-structured Zoom interview that lasted about 30 to 45 minutes and took place across 3 dates in March of 2026. Questions were open-ended and covered services such as access to service, financial barriers, educational experiences, and emotional impact. Interviews were recorded with consent, transcribed, and later deleted to protect confidentiality. Qualitative thematic analysis was then performed where 2 team members independently coded each transcript and reconciled findings to establish inter-rater reliability.
So I'm now going to talk about the results of our study. So the thematic analysis revealed 5 overarching themes that were consistent across all 3 interviews. And the first was financial burden and cost of care. And financial hardship was actually the most universally cited barrier across all 3 interviews. It was reported by participant 1 that private therapy alone can cost them 40,000 Jamaican dollars per month before factoring in transportation, assistive devices, or diagnostic evaluations. A critical and novel finding, what we're calling diagnostic gatekeeping, is that families actually need a formal diagnostic report in order to receive government support services, but obtaining one privately can exceed 100,000 Jamaican dollars, and this can lock out the most vulnerable families from receiving the government supports designed to help them. Additionally, none of the 3 participants were accessing any government PATH or JCPD grants at the time of the interview. The second theme was geographic isolation and scarcity of services. All 3 participants live in Westmoreland Parish, which is a rural region on the opposite end of the island from the city of Kingston, where virtually all specialty services tend to be concentrated. And you could visualize this here with the map shown with Westmoreland circled in green, and on the opposite end, Kingston circled in red, where a lot of the services are concentrated. Participant 3 actually confirmed that there's not a single speech therapist available to the general public in all of Westmoreland. And participant 2 described their experience having to travel all day with their infant daughter just for a single 1-hour speech therapy session in Kingston. The third theme was systemic barriers to diagnosis and service access. All 3 participants described very long wait times for receiving diagnostic assessments with no clear timelines, pathways, or urgency from providers. Participant 2 noted that wait times for specialist appointments could span 1 to 2 years, and their daughter actually wasn't diagnosed until between the ages of 6 and 7, years after signs were first noticed. And participant 3's son's assessment was actually completed in January of this year, but at the time of the interview, they reported that the report still hadn't been received yet. And participant 3 further described the system, saying, quote, "It's almost like we don't care," and also described government programs as insufficient. The fourth theme was inadequacy in educational settings and training. Even in a school designed as an inclusive setting, participants did convey dissatisfaction with the support received. It was reported by participant 2 that their daughter's school had lost nearly all of its special needs teachers, leaving general education teachers to fill that gap. And it was reported by participant 3 that their son had never completed a full year of school, having been asked to leave multiple schools because the staff felt ill-equipped. All 3 participants also independently called for special needs training to be mandatory as part of teacher preparation programs. The final theme was emotional impact and social stigma. Every participant described grief, anxiety, and fear for their children's futures alongside a profound love and resilience. Participant 1 described experiences with neighbors dismissing their son's behavior as poor parenting, and participant 3 did share some anxiety about their son's future and also described experiences with family members tending to avoid their child. A more novel finding was the healthcare system as a site of stigma. Participant 3 described a hospital admission experience where staff dismissed their son's autism diagnosis and failed to accommodate his communication needs. And they further expressed that they felt that the healthcare professionals were not ready for neurodivergent children. Despite everything, all 3 participants reflected on their caregiving journey as overall meaningful, and peer support networks emerged as one of the most meaningful resources available across the 3 interviews.
The interviews confirmed previous findings that geographical disparities to access to specialized services, financial strain, and a lack of access to government support services still exist, but add important new dimensions specific to rural Western Jamaica. The diagnostic gatekeeping dynamic, in which the cost of a formal diagnostic report and long wait times lock families out of the government support programs designed to help them, was not fully articulated in prior literature. Furthermore, the decline in special education staff in the inclusive school points to a system that may be ineffectively enforcing policies for children with special needs. Participant 3's hospital experience surfaces the healthcare system as a potential site of stigma. On a more hopeful note, peer support networks have emerged as a low-cost, high-impact resource that is already organically forming among the families. Participant 2 observed that social media, AI tools, and parent support, online parent support groups have improved access to information, but that is only a partial solution, as that risks creating a landscape where the most digitally literate and resourceful families are best positioned to navigate the system, while the most vulnerable families fall further behind. All in all, it is important to consider increasing parental and caregiver capacity through OT consultations and in building more inclusive, accessible schools with special education staff to decrease caregiver stress and enhance the child's participation in occupations. It is also imperative to move towards creating an environment of understanding from healthcare professionals and teachers for timely early intervention services.
There are important limitations to acknowledge. Our sample was small, just 3 participants from a single parish, all mothers with some level of education, and all raising children on the autism spectrum. The perspective of fathers, grandparents, lower-income caregivers, and other families navigating other disabilities types were not captured, and their voices may reveal additional or different barriers. Additionally, as a quality improvement project, this study did not undergo full IRB review, which represents a limitation with respect to formal ethical oversight. Despite these limitations, the consistency of themes across participants and their alignments with the existing literature suggests these findings reflect genuine and significant patterns.
Future research should expand sample diversity across parishes, caregiver demographics, disability types, and increase sample size to improve generalizability. Specific areas worth investigating include the diagnostic gatekeeping dynamic and its downstream effects on service access. The impact of integrating special education staff the impact of integrating special education training for teachers the prevalence of caregiver psychological distress, and the effectiveness of peer support as an intervention, and disability competency training. Disability competency training needs among acute care professionals. Lastly, occupational therapy through telepractice and its in child outcomes in occupational performance has yet to be explored.
From an OT perspective, this project points to several concrete areas for attention. There's a clear need for expanding OT presence in rural parishes. The maldistribution of rehabilitation services is a structural issue, and Dr. Tomlinson serving as the only OT in the Western region just isn't sustainable. OTs are well positioned to support families in navigating the diagnostic process and advocating for their rights within a complex bureaucratic system. Family-centered care must move from principle to practice. Caregiver well-being is directly linked to child outcomes, and the emotional burden these families carry is largely underaddressed. OTs can also consult in school settings, helping teachers understand neurodiversity and implement strategies that reduce behavioral escalation and school exclusion. And perhaps most broadly, the AOTA Code of Ethics calls on us to promote occupational justice. The families we spoke with are being denied equitable access to the services that would allow their children to fully participate in play, their education, and daily life. That is an occupational justice issue, and it is one as OTs that we are called to address. We'd like to thank you for your time and attention and extend our deepest gratitude to our participants, Dr. Brewington, Dr. Tomlinson, Dr. Brown, and the entire SUNY Downstate OT department for their continued support. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I'm not really sure. Do you know? Yeah.
Currently, they just launched a new occupational therapy program that is going to start. I believe it is the first licensed and board certified occupational therapy program in Jamaica. One of the frustrations that Dr. Tomlinson spoke to us about was that there are providers, there are professionals, if you will, providing occupational therapy without formal training and a degree. So it does skew, the access and the outcomes and just the parents' perspectives on the services because they're not formally trained. So definitely looking forward to seeing some changes in the near future. Dr. Tomlinson is certified, on the US side, but she does practice in Jamaica 6 months out of the year. And we do plan to send this information to Dr. Nadia Aldridge, who are some of the OTs that are piloting the program in Jamaica. And hopefully we have some better outcomes in the future. Thank you. Any additional questions? I just would like to point out that this group was very strong and persevered throughout this process because, as they mentioned, they had a advisor change right after they finished all of their literature review and did all that hard research and work. So I was able to procure the research advisor, Dr. Tomlinson, who is in Jamaica, and she stepped up and stepped in. Also, we had some time constraints with the Ministry of Jamaica, and that's why we had to change from IRB study to a pilot study where we could not have more than 3 participants. So you all did a really great job. So you should be really proud of yourselves. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call our next group to the stage under the advisement of Dr. Bridget Desport.
Okay. Good morning, faculty, staff, our fellow second year and first year students, family, and friends. My name is Stephanie Morera, and I'm joined by my colleagues Chloe De La Santa, Lila Lima, and Karen Vasquez. Our master's project is clarifying the occupational therapist's role in families' NICU to home transition planning and process. We've been working alongside our dedicated research advisor, Dr. Desport, over the past 2 years, and we are excited to share with you our research today. When infants are born prematurely or with medical complications, they often begin their lives in the neonatal intensive care unit, or NICU. This environment provides constant monitoring and life-saving support during their earliest stages of life. However, the transition from the NICU to home is a critical and often challenging period, not just for the infant, but for the families involved. Parents are suddenly shifting from a highly supported medical setting to becoming the primary caregivers, often without the same level of guidance or assurance. During this time, many parents experience significant stress, anxiety, and uncertainty. They may feel unprepared to manage their infant's needs independently. This is where occupational therapists can play a vital role. Occupational therapists, or OTs, are trained in areas such as infant development, feeding, sensory regulation, and family-centered care. They not only support the infant's growth and development, but also empower parents with the skills, the confidence, and the education needed to care for their child at home. Despite this, the involvement of OTs is often inconsistent and underutilized during this time. In the next section, we'll take a closer look at what the current research says about the NICU to home transition and the role OT plays. So looking at the current role of occupational therapists in the NICU, OTs are heavily involved in supporting early infant development. This includes things like feeding, helping infants regulate their sensory systems, and supporting self-regulation. They also take a family-centered approach in care, meaning that they're not just focused on the infant, but also educating and supporting the parents throughout their NICU stay. OTs are part of the larger interdisciplinary team working alongside nurses, physicians, and other specialists. However, one important gap that shows up in the literature is their role in discharge planning, so preparing the families to go home, is often unclear and underutilized. When we look specifically at the transition from the NICU to home, several challenges come up. Many parents report high levels of stress, mental health challenges such as postpartum depression or anxiety, and just feel like they don't have enough knowledge or confidence to fully manage their infant's care. On top of that, there can be communication gaps between the medical team and families, which can make the transition feel even more overwhelming. When we look at existing transition programs, such as supporting and enhancing the NICU sensory experience, or SENSE for short, NICU to nursery, and the Baby Bridge program, research shows they can improve parent confidence and infant outcomes. However, OTs are not always fully integrated into these programs, and their role in the transition process can be inconsistent, with variation across different NICUs and different practitioners. This highlights a key gap. There is a need for a structured tool specifically designed for NICU discharge and for families. Currently, there are limited standardized resources despite the fact that OTs are well equipped to support families through education, emotional support, environmental modifications, and routine development. Our review of the current literature has led us to this research statement. Despite occupational therapists' unique qualifications in developmental care and family support, their role in the NICU discharge planning remains inconsistent and poorly defined across U.S. hospitals. This project seeks to clarify that role and evaluate the family-directed NICU transition form as a tool to improve the NICU to home transition for families.
Now I'm going to go over the materials and methods that were used for this project. First was the finalization of the FD&T form, which I'll go into more depth in the next slide. We also created guidelines, which are step-by-step instructions on how OTs can use the FD&T form with the families. We created a flyer and a Qualtrics survey. The flyer is up on the screen now. And this has general information for participants who want to join the study, and it includes a QR code with the Qualtrics survey where OTs can input their information and we're able to contact them directly. We have a feedback questionnaire, which was created with Likert scale and open-ended questions, which were to be completed by NICU OTs after using the FD&T form with their families.
Here is the actual family-directed NICU transition form. It is designed to support families during the transition from NICU to home. It covers key OT principles that are essential to infant care, such as feeding, bathing, safe sleep and diapering, social, emotional, and physical stimulation, family support services, and developmental milestones. It has a section for families to indicate if they are using any medical equipment, and a section for families to record any NICU care team contact information. As we continue through this phase, which is phase 4, the FD&T form was edited to include more caregiver-friendly language for further comprehension. It was shortened to be 3 pages long. It was made accessible for text-to-voice reading technology in a writable PDF form, and we added a QR code with additional resources for families. Some of these resources included the American Academy of Pediatrics, Children's Health Insurance Program, the Early Intervention Services, and a visual guide illustrating what to feed your child for the first 12 months of life. An occupational therapist would sit with this family with the FD&T form and go over each section and answer any questions that they might have. All in all, this form serves as a quick access guide to provide families with clear, practical information for a safe and confident transition to home. To continue with the materials and methods, this is a mixed methods research consisting of Likert scale and open-ended questions which were distributed via email. We had 12 participants who were from our phase 3 who had agreed to be contacted for future participation in this project. We outreached them directly via phone calls and emails. Other recruitment attempts were made via email, CommunOT, social media posts, LinkedIn, and other professional networking. In total, we were able to contact 22 OTs directly. In the end, we had 2 NICU OTs who agreed to participate in our study. However, they were unable to provide feedback in time for data analysis.
Thank you, Karen. So now that we've discussed our methods, I'll move into the results, starting with phase 3 survey findings, which focused on understanding how occupational therapists currently fit into the NICU to home transition process. Overall, the findings highlighted a significant gap in the OT role during this process. Starting with the quantitative data, 72% of the respondents reported that they are only sometimes or seldom the primary facilitator of the NICU to home transition, and only 1 participant identified themselves as the primary facilitator. However, collaboration is still occurring, with about 56% of the participants reporting that they almost always collaborate with nursing staff during the transition. Another key findings is that 11 participants reported there is currently no formal measurements of intervention effectiveness, which suggests a gap in tracking outcomes. Looking at the qualitative data, several important themes emerged. 9 participants stated that the OT role is not clearly defined in the transition process. Additionally, 6 participants reported that registered nurses typically lead discharge planning, although some described a more collaborative team-based approach. Family readiness assessment also varied, with 3 facilities reporting that they do not conduct any formal assessment at all. Finally, many occupational therapists expressed a desire for more structured caregiver education opportunities, as well as stronger post-discharge follow-up options such as telehealth, home visits, and more follow-up clinics. Overall, these findings show that the OT role isn't very clearly defined, and there's a lot of room for occupational therapists to be involved in supporting families with transitioning home. Building on these findings, phase 4 focused on implementation of the FD&T form in clinical practice and bringing the FD&T form directly to the NICU OTs. In terms of the process, 22 occupational therapists were directly contacted and invited to use the FD&T form and provide feedback. At this time, 2 occupational therapists have agreed to use the form and shared their feedback, and the project is currently awaiting additional participants and results. The limited adoption of the FD&T form may actually reflect the broader issue identified throughout this project. Specifically, there is ongoing uncertainty surrounding the occupational therapy role in NICU discharge planning. In addition, environmental contextual factors barrier may have influenced participation as well. Some therapists may not feel confident or empowered to take on this role, which contribute to the low uptake of the form. Overall, these findings reinforce that while tools like the FD&T form are valuable, there are still
There is also a need for clear role definition and greater support for occupational therapists within the NICU transition process.
With that being said, for the success of this project, different contextual and environmental factors should be considered. In the context of the NICU, contextual factors typically looks to the person and the situational characteristics of the infant and the family, such as factors that shape a baby or a family's shared experience. While environmental factors focus on more so the physical and the clinical setting surrounding them. This can be impacting an infant and their psychological stability and their neurodevelopment. Response rates may be influenced by these barriers, such as NICU settings may vary in their workflow demands, their interdisciplinary roles, as well as their institutional support for the OT's involvement. Limited responses may reflect different barriers at the system and policies level, as well as they may have their own individual constraints. Taking into consideration the OT confidence and initiation, OTs may have limited confidence in initiating involvement in the NICU transition process. Due to the high pressure and heavy task sequence of medical and administrative actions required for these fragile newborns, these demands are unique because patients are highly unstable and require a high level of care and constant attention. Some may feel the variability in the NICU setting can lead to unclear roles in the discharge education, therefore leading to hesitancy to collaborate with different nurses and other staff members, as well as a concern of stepping over other people's toes or needing the need of administrative approval to implement anything. This may have impacted our engagement with our project and therefore may serve as implementation barriers in such a complex clinical environment. Now, looking deeper into the barriers of participation, this project requires a heavy self-initiation from the OTs themselves. This requires the OT to be entirely have their own internal motivation for the project rather than an external structure. Therefore, clinicians may experience limited time due to their workload, and they may have social expectations or concern for other NICU health professions. There could be this pressure to really prioritize direct patient care over participating in a research participation study, or the employer systems and policies may prevent the OT from even taking on this leadership role. Therefore, enhancing the OT participation can really help make for stronger family outcomes, more improved continuity of care, and of course, more effective use of different clinical resources. Once again, though, we saw parents' perspective of this project's clinical relevance. At a National Perinatal Association conference, parents showed a strong interest in the proposed FD&T document. They show a continued desire to have a tangible, usable tool for transition, as well as deeply valuing structured guidances during the NICU discharge. Both of these highlights the clinical need for tools such as the FD&T form. However, collecting feedback was limited by completing clinical priorities and system-level constraints. In addition to everything that I've mentioned prior, some other implications are these factors demonstrate that we really require a proactive role from the OT to really spearhead this initiative. In order to make meaningful changes, it really depends on breaking clinical, cultural, and institutional barriers, as well as showing the OTs that they can take on this lead and they can help nurses. This process within the NICU setting is often gradual and requires persistence on the OT's part.
While this project provides important insights, there are several limitations that should be considered. First, in terms of sample, although the literature supports the need for increased OT involvement in the NICU to home transition, our project highlighted real-world challenges that may limit participation. Timing was also a factor. Some occupational therapists who initially expressed interest were unable to participate due to personal circumstances such as pregnancy, career changes, relocation, or time off. Additionally, participants who held administrative roles were often not directly involved in discharge planning, which limited their ability to participate in the study. Finally, system-level factors also played a role. For example, one therapist reported needing approval from higher management before implementing the FD&T form, which reflects how institutional policies can impact clinical practice. These limitations are important to consider when interpreting the findings and understanding the context in which this project was concluded. So what do we take away from all of this? To summarize the key takeaways from this project, first, the low responses rate does not reflect a lack of importance. Instead, it highlights the complexity of real-world clinical settings and competing demands on occupational therapists. Supporting this transition requires intentional OT engagement and active advocacy. OTs need to feel empowered and encouraged to take a seat at the discharge planning table. What this phase highlighted are the real-world barriers to implementation, the institutional constraints, the role ambiguity, the cultural hesitancy around stepping outside of preferred boundaries. Additionally, they point to the need for stronger role definition and greater support for occupational therapists in discharge planning. To conclude, the NICU to home transition is a critical phase in the treatment of infants and their families. However, it is often underaddressed. Occupational therapists hold a unique and valuable role in the development, caregiver education, transition planning, etc., all of which could impact caregiver confidence and improve discharge outcomes. Limited OT participation underscored that systemic, educational, and environmental and contextual barriers must be addressed to fully benefit from OTs contributed to NICU to home transition planning. Future directions of this project include continuation, as OTs who express interest in the project complete their feedback at a later time. Data collected will be analyzed for final dissemination of the form. And lastly, we hope to contribute to a shift in practice where OTs are not only present in the NICU, but hold more prominent roles in guiding the NICU to home transition. We want to thank Dr. Despor for her immense support throughout this project and her passion for improving the NICU to home transition, and any OTs who have participated and will continue to participate in our project. Any questions?
Thank you. Sorry. Our next group, under the advisement of Dr. Efekona-Nwera, please come to the stage.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Geneva Ammons, and I'm here with...
Hi, I'm Jenna Cafivos.
Hi, I'm Regina Guasco.
And our research study was on social determinants of health and fall risk in older adults, implications for OT practice. Okay, we're going to start by looking at why falls are such an important issue in older adult populations. In New York City and throughout the US, falls are one of the leading causes of injury and death among older adults. Approximately 1 in 4 adults over the age of 65 experience a fall annually. Falls are associated with a wide range of adverse outcomes, including injury, hospitalization, and loss of independence, all of which directly impact functional performance and participation in daily activities. Notably, the fear of falling is a significant contributing factor. Fear of falling is strongly associated with activity restriction, which can lead to physical deconditioning and eventually an increased fall risk. These patterns indicate that falls are not isolated events, but complex occurrences with significant implications for occupational participation and quality of life. So OT has long played a central role in fall prevention through individualized occupation-based interventions. So within this framework, practitioners commonly address intrinsic factors such as strength, balance, cognition, and visual spatial skills, as well as extrinsic factors such as environmental modifications and home safety assessments. While these approaches are well established and supported by evidence, they primarily target only the physical, cognitive, and environmental factors contributing to fall risk. However, there is increasing recognition that traditional fall prevention may not fully capture the complexity of falls and the factors influencing fall risk, particularly among vulnerable and underserved populations. In response to these limitations, a growing body of literature has emphasized the role of social determinants of health, also known as SDOH, in shaping fall outcomes. SDOH refer to the broader conditions in which individuals are born, live, and age, such as socioeconomic status, education, access to healthcare, the built environment, and social and community contexts. These determinants influence fall risk both directly and indirectly through their impact on health status, access to resources, and opportunities for participation. Despite growing recognition of the role of SDOH in falls, much of the existing literature continues to look at these factors individually. However, SDOH are inherently interconnected and often are experienced simultaneously rather than independently. They are also not distributed equally among populations. So as a result, their impact cannot be generalized, as findings are often specific to demographic groups, highlighting the important differences among diverse populations. Furthermore, a study recently published by the American Occupational Therapy Association emphasizes the need for more inclusive aging research, so calling for a greater representation of older adults across different races, ethnicities, and incomes. Together, these findings suggest that while OT effectively addresses more proximal contributors to fall risk, there remains a critical gap in understanding how broader social determinants of health, especially when experienced concurrently, influence fall risk. This study directly addresses the gap by focusing on older adults receiving care in outpatient clinics in Brooklyn. This population is shaped by overlapping and multifaceted SDOH. So rather than examining individual determinants in isolation, the study takes a cumulative approach by considering how multiple co-occurring SDOH contribute to fall risk. By doing so, this study aims to better reflect the complex real-world conditions under which fall risk develops and is experienced. The primary objective of the study was to examine the relationship between SDOH and fall risk among older adults across 3 outpatient clinics. More specifically, the study aimed to evaluate the cumulative impact of adverse SDOH on falls rather than focusing on individual factors. We hypothesized that individuals experiencing 2 or more adverse SDOH would demonstrate increased fall risk. Additionally, this study sought to determine that clinician-driven SDOH analysis is indeed practical and feasible within routine OT practice.
Our study utilized an observational cross-sectional design and was conducted within a safety net hospital in Brooklyn. We recruited a total of 72 participants across 3 outpatient clinics, a family medicine clinic which served as our control, a specialty Alzheimer's clinic A, and an HIV specialty clinic B. As student researchers, we conducted structured phone interviews during which we administered the Falls Efficacy Scale International, also known as the FESI, and collected data in real time. The FESI was used to assess participants' level of concern about falling in daily activities and categorizes the responses into low, moderate, and high concern. Concern of falling is a well-established predictor of future falls and is associated with reduced mobility and functional decline. A 2022 study found that higher concern of falling on the FESI is associated with poorer performances on standardized measures such as the timed up and go, 5 times sit to stand, and gait speed, supporting its use as a proxy for fall risk in our study. SDOH were obtained using the Protocol for Responding to and Assessing Patients' Assets, Risks, and Experiences, also known as the PROPAR. From the PROPAR, we selected 6 domains for analysis: food insecurity, housing instability, social isolation, stress, low education, and transportation issues. For data analysis, a matrix for each clinic was created to organize participants' demographic information, their SDOH variables, and FESI scores, as shown here on this slide. The 6 PROPAR SDOH domains were then dichotomized to indicate the presence or absence of adverse risk factors. A cumulative SDOH burden score was calculated for each participant to capture overall exposure to social risk. Based on this, participants were then categorized into 2 groups: those experiencing fewer than 2 adverse SDOH and those experiencing 2 or more. Among the 72 participants in our study, a total of 61% identified as female, 83.3% identified as Black, and the mean age was 68.8 years. The variation in demographic and clinical characteristics as depicted in this table provides important context for interpreting differences in fall-related concerns. Upon examining SDOH across clinics, food insecurity, experiences of stress, and low educational attainment emerged as the most prominent domains. Overall, 34% of the sample reported food insecurity and 46% reported experiences of stress, with disproportionately high percent of patients in Alzheimer's Clinic A, 78.3%, falling into both categories. Additionally, 33% of participants reported low educational attainment, which we defined as not having a high school diploma, with the HIV Clinic B reporting nearly double the proportion compared to the Alzheimer's Clinic. When examining the association between social determinants of health burden and fear of falling, clear differences emerged across clinic sites. Our control clinic had the lowest mean FESI score of 27.8, with most participants reporting low to moderate concern, 36% and 20% respectively, and fewer reporting high concern, 44%. The HIV clinic showed a slightly higher mean score of 29.5, with a more evenly distributed pattern of concern, 24% low, 28% moderate, 48% high concern of falling. Lastly, the Alzheimer's Clinic had the highest mean FESI score of 43.2, with most participants, 76%, reporting high concern of falling, compared to 16% reporting moderate concern and 8% reporting low concern. The figure here represents the proportion of participants reporting high concern of falling within each SDOH burden group across the clinic sites. For example, in the control clinic, 71.4% of participants with 2 or more adverse SDOH reported high concern of falling, compared to the 33.3% among those with fewer than 2 adverse SDOH. A similar pattern was observed in the Alzheimer's and HIV clinics. Across the full sample, 78% of participants with 2 or more adverse SDOH were classified as having high concern of falling, compared to the 38.5% of those with fewer than 2. Interestingly, participants with 1 adverse SDOH had a mean FESI score similar to those with no adverse SDOH at 29.3 and 26.8 respectively, while those with 2 or more had a substantially higher mean score of 40.5. Overall, this demonstrates a consistent relationship in which higher cumulative SDOH burden is associated with greater concern of falling across all sites, supporting our hypothesis.
These results align with literature demonstrating that cumulative SDOH burden is strongly associated with poorer health outcomes. A recent study found that an increase in adverse SDOH corresponds with worsening self-reported health. A separate study identified people with multiple concurrent SDOH as having the poorest overall health outcomes. Together, this reinforces the importance of examining SDOH not as isolated variables, but as interacting and compounding factors that shape health trajectories. To better understand what may be driving this cumulative effect, we can look more closely at how specific SDOH contribute to fall risk. The relationship between SDOH and fall risk is highly dynamic, and many of these factors overlap rather than acting independently. For example, limited transportation doesn't just affect mobility. It restricts access to healthcare, food, and social participation. These barriers can contribute to food insecurity, social isolation, and increased safety concerns, all of which elevate fall risks. Food insecurity was reported by 33.8% of our participants, and prior research consistently links it to higher fall risk. Studies show that older adults experiencing food insecurity have almost 2 times higher rate of falling or sustaining a fall-related injury. Much of this is driven by inadequate nutrition, frailty, and related issues such as anxiety, sleep problems, depression, and cognition. These findings reinforce how food insecurity interacts with other SDOH to compound vulnerability. Stress also emerged as a major factor, with 45.8% of participants reporting moderate to high stress levels. Stress affects both physiological and cognitive systems, increasing muscle tension, disrupting breathing patterns, reducing attentional capacity. Evidence shows that stressful life events can increase the risk of a first fall by 30% and the risk of multiple falls by nearly 70%. Housing instability, reported by 9.7% of participants, adds another layer. Unstable or unfamiliar living environments, environmental hazards, and the broader socioeconomic conditions tied to renting all contribute to increased fall risk. Low income and reduced physical activity often accompany these conditions, further compounding fall risk. Our study has several limitations. We relied on prepared data collected during routine care, which assumes that participants' responses accurately reflect their current social conditions. Because the data is self-reported and collected at different times, some variability is expected. Our sample size, initially 25 participants per clinic, also limits generalization. In addition, we only analyzed 6 of the 16 prepared domains, which likely underestimates participants' cumulative SDOH risk. These findings highlight important implications for how occupational therapy addresses fall risk. OTs and healthcare workers in general must move beyond discipline-specific practice and actively address the systemic conditions that drive long-standing health inequities. Because participants with multiple adverse SDOH showed substantially higher concern about falling, and many experienced food insecurity, stress, limited social interaction, and low educational attainment, fall risks must be understood as deeply tied to broader social and structural conditions. Importantly, this study shows that meaningful SDOH data can be collected in clinical settings, making SDOH-informed analysis realistic for everyday OT practice. For OT, this means integrating SDOH into assessment and interventions, using individualized care and community-based programming, and advocating for health equity policy that ensures that communities most affected by disparities are engaged as partners in shaping outcomes. These are our references. There's lots of really interesting articles if you guys want to check those out. And wait, are there any questions? Okay. Thank you to all of the audience members, and a special thank you to Dr. Neware, to Dr. Tanya Taylor, Dr. Marco Stilo, and Sihem Benes, who were our mentors and advisors throughout this process. This wouldn't have been possible without all of your help.
Thank you. Our next group, please come to the stage under the advisement of Dr. Vikram Pagpatan.
Hi. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having us. My name is Sydney Trim, and I'm here alongside me. I have
Yayi Chan. Juliana Thielan.
And we're here to present our master's project to you guys. However, before we start, we'd like to give thanks to our faculty advisor, Dr. Peg Patton, for allowing us to collaborate with him on this project and providing us with the feedback and guidance we needed to make it here today. And Dr. Brewington for the coordination of this ceremony, for all of us to share our hard work with you all. Now, without further ado, my group and I would like to present our project, Advocating for Equity in OT Admissions, Broadening Applicant Evaluation Beyond GPA. The main two components of our project surround the disparity in the OT workforce and the cause of the disparity, which we deem to be at the beginning of the process, the standardized pre-admissions criteria. With the current pre-admissions criteria that is in place, institutions automatically prejudge their prospective candidates and never truly get to understand them on a deeper level than just numbers. The current criteria can limit opportunity and potential for diverse applicants who show strengths in other ways that can be beneficial for a future OT. With all of this in mind, we decided to evaluate a component of Downstate's pre-admissions process, specifically the HSRT, and compare it to GPA as a predictor of academic success. You're probably wondering, what is the HSRT? I'm gonna tell you. The HSRT stands for Health Science Reasoning Test. It's an exam that measures clinical reasoning and decision-making skills among prospective health professionals, as there is a great emphasis on the importance of these skills in the field. It assesses 5 domains of interpretation, inference, evaluation, induction, and deduction to provide universities with insight into how well their applicants can think through different clinical problems. Before delving into our project, we did thorough research that examined whether current pre-admissions criteria truly reflect the qualities needed for success in OT programs and clinical practice. In our search, we found existing research that highlights key issues with traditional metrics like GPA and GRE scores, as they only provide a limited view of an applicant's potential. GPA may predict academic performance, but it does not necessarily capture clinical skills or professional aptitude. Similarly, studies show that GRE may reflect classroom success, but fails in predicting long-term outcomes such as program completion. Alternative assessments, such as the HSRT, offer a more holistic perspective by evaluating critical thinking and decision-making. Although some studies suggest the HSRT can distinguish levels of clinical reasoning, its ability to predict success, specifically within the OT program, remains unclear. So this highlights the need for more targeted research in the field. After multiple deliberations amongst my group and I, and assistance from Dr. P, we were finally able to formulate a research question that we feel encompasses the entirety of our research, which is as follows. Are critical thinking skills from the HSRT comparable to GPA in evaluating student potential in OT graduate admissions? This research is relevant because, for one, as previously stated, OT is an under-recognized profession that many aren't aware of, and we want to shed light on a career path that aims to provide meaningful healthcare to all populations. For two, academics aren't always everything. There are other skills that clinicians must possess that can't be represented just through numbers. Therefore, institutions should put something in place to assist with identifying those candidates with potential. Lastly, by exploring a broader range of attributes, programs may better identify students who will succeed both academically and professionally, ultimately strengthening the OT workforce. Now, I'm going to pass it over to Yayi so she can discuss our materials and methods of our study.
Hi. So, for our study, we conducted a retrospective quantitative analysis using Microsoft Excel. We analyzed pre-admission data, which includes undergrad GPA, their HSRT score. I believe we all took them when we did the pre-admission process, as well as applicants' undergrad institution and their major. We examined the correlations between GPA and HSRT score in relation to program performance, and also explore whether attending a public institution versus attending a private institution has any impact on it. In terms of exclusion criteria, we remove any non-downstate applicants and participant with incomplete response to ensure accuracy. Overall, the goal of this analysis was to determine whether the HSRT score provides a comparable or even a greater predictive value than GPA in evaluating student success in the process of admission. Now I'm going to hand it over to Juliana so she can dive into the results.
Thank you, Yai. Okay. This graph demonstrates the ethnicity of applicants from the admission year 2021 to 2025. We had a sample of 265 applicants. However, 9 applicants were excluded due to incomplete responses. At the end, we had a total of 257 participants, 40% Caucasian, 15% Black, 16% Hispanic, 21% Asian, and 3% identifying as others. Most applicants were of Caucasian descent, reflecting the national data. However, there has been a rise in minority students applying to occupational therapy school, specifically Black applicants. If you look at the green bar, you see from the year 2021, there was 5, 9, 10, and 14. There has been a progressive increase of minority students applying to occupational therapy school. This graph, we also looked at how applicants were scored based on ethnicity, and analyzing the HSRT score. It revealed a very small differences across groups. However, due to the unequal distribution of applicants' ethnicity, with majority of applicants identifying as white Caucasian, reflecting the national trends, the data does not solely provide a reliable basis to evaluate the difference of ethnicity of the identifying of clinical thinking skill of students based on ethnicity. Furthermore, we analyzed the difference of applicants' HSRT score by different universities, looking down at New York State, CUNY versus SUNY, and lastly, by degree type. We evaluate public universities versus private universities. We saw only a 3.68 difference, not significant enough to say that attending a private university gives an applicant an advantage. And looking down at SUNY versus CUNY universities, there's little to no differences between how they score on the HSRT score. And lastly, we also compared by degree types by Bachelor's of Arts, individuals who had a Bachelor's of Science. When comparing the degree type, we also saw no significant differences amongst how applicants score on the HSRT score based on degree type. We did notice that individuals with a Bachelor's of Arts only scored a 2.4% difference. We infer that this difference is due to the fact that a Bachelor's of Arts focused on humanities and social sciences, while a Bachelor's of Science focused more on math and sciences. We also looked at the average of all applicants' GPA and HSRT score. The average GPA among all applicants, regardless of universities that they attended, was a 3.3, and the HSRT score was a 78. We also analyzed the statistical differences on how students who attended private universities versus public universities based on their GPA and HSRT score. There was a p-value of 0.020 and an HSRT p-value of 0.04. These values indicate that the results suggest that the differences between the individuals who attended public universities and private universities were not due to chance. Giving up to Yai.
Sorry, we kind of do a live number at you guys, and we're going to explain. So the purpose of this study is to compare whether pre-admission data, which is GPA, and your HSRT score is a better predictor in academic success in an MSOT program. Our finding shows a weak to moderate correlation between GPA and HSRT, suggesting that while they are related, they measure different aspects of student ability. This indicates that using both the GPA and HSRT together supports a more holistic admission approach and provides a more complete understanding of applicants' potential. Importantly, critical thinking is not only essential for academic success, but also for clinical reasoning and effective decision-making in practice, which further supports the value of including an HSRT assessment alongside GPA. So there are a few limitations in this study. Our sample was from a single program, SUNY Downstate, which may not represent all OT student or OT program across the nation. So the sample size is also relatively small, which can limits the strength and generalizability of our findings. And due to a retrospective design, we have a limited access to certain variables, which may have influenced our data analysis. So limited variables include, at the time of our analysis, we did not get the NBCOT results back from our upperclassmen, and we are also not qualified for NBCOT yet. So again, because we use a retrospective analysis, quantitative analysis, it limits the ability to establish causal relationship between variables. The findings can only identify association, but do not determine causation. GPA may also vary across institution, which affects the consistency when we are comparing applicants. HSRT scores can be influenced by test taking ability, meaning someone can be very familiar with standardized assessment, and it would not be as accurate to test their own reasoning skills. Lastly, demographic factors like Juliana was mentioning earlier, they're not fully controlled, so it also might have an impact on our results. Sorry. So our findings have several important implications. First, the findings supports a more holistic admission approach by evaluating applicants beyond GPA, using tools like HSRT assessment to assess critical thinking. And reducing the reliance on GPA alone may improve equity and access by allowing applicants from a diverse or resource-limited background to be better represented. Additionally, a HSRT score may help identify students who could benefit from early academic or clinical support when they're in the program. And this study contributes to the limited research in OT admission and highlights the need for continued investigation in this area. So, concluding, GPA reflects academic readiness, while HSRT provides additional insight into clinical reasoning skills. However, neither alone is a strong predictor of success. However, a combined approach is more effective in predicting student success for admission decisions. For future research, we suggested a larger multi-institutional study and examining post-admission performance after they are admitted and NBCOT passing rate when they're done with the program, since it's heavily tested on critical thinking and clinical reasoning. It is important to consider non-academic factors to better understand student success, and expanding admission criteria may improve identification of students who are most likely to succeed while also promoting diversity and equity within the profession. Any questions?
Once again, we would like to thank Dr. Packpatton and Dr. Burrington for helping us throughout this project, and also all staff of SUNY Downstate that have supported us while we have been here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have a brief intermission for 15 minutes, so the program will resume at 12:15. Thank you.
they tripped the power cable. Yeah. Alright, I'm turning it back on. On your switcher, do you see the please wait? I don't think this has ever happened. Where people take to the stage to take photos during a break. I just need to, wait, before you swap over, I just want to confirm if the next one is occupational therapy. No, I have a program. Gender affirming. Okay, yeah.
Okay, we're going to resume the program. You got to get me. Okay, we're going to resume the program now at 12:20. I'm going to call our next group to the stage, please, under the advisement of Dr. Suzanne Rappaport.
Good afternoon. My name is Madeline Silverstein.
I'm Madison Tristino.
And I'm Melina Scala.
And today we'll be presenting occupational therapy in gender-affirming healthcare, addressing disparities, and enhancing participation. To guide our presentation, we developed 3 learning objectives related to serving TGNC, or transgender and gender nonconforming clients. These include identifying current educational and systemic clinical barriers, applying client-centered and inclusive OT interventions, and evaluating clinical practice to see what's being done now and how we can move forward. Existing data demonstrates the urgent need for gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care consists of interventions that align and support one's gender identity and does not just pertain to TGNC individuals. In the context of TGNC individuals, this could include hormonal therapies, reconstructive surgeries, mental health care, and so much more. In addition, gender-affirming care also encompasses interventions like hormonal therapies for women experiencing menopause or men who have low testosterone. TGNC patients face higher rates of discrimination in healthcare and have an increased likelihood to avoid medical care, even in medical emergencies, due to fear or past negative experiences. Research shows healthcare disparities, preventable differences in the quality, access, and outcomes of medical care due to systemic barriers exist within the TGNC population as compared with their cisgender peers who align with their sex assigned at birth. OTs provide client-centered care that supports all aspects of our client, including their values, beliefs, roles, and interests that make up their identity. This should not and does not change when it comes to serving our TGNC clients. Studies show that healthcare practitioners have low confidence and feel unprepared to work with this population, further contributing to systemic stigma and lack of affirming care. Our study aims to change that. To begin our research process, we investigated existing evidence regarding affirming OT practice that promotes occupational performance, which is how people can accomplish their everyday activities, participation, and mental well-being among TGNC individuals. Our literature review of 19 articles provided valuable information to frame our research. Several studies found that there is a need for formal education on gender-affirming practice, including trauma-informed care and gender-affirming treatment. Viewing gender through the Gender as Occupation framework also helps to support the doing of gender through meaningful occupations like dressing or grooming. Post-operative care is another critical area for OT intervention, where OTs can work on mobility, hygiene, wound care, and community reintegration. The literature review established the foundation for the Delphi survey development, which Madison will discuss next.
Now that some background and context for this topic has been provided, I'm going to shift into how we actually conducted our research. Specifically, I'll be going through the methods, including our design, participants, and data collection process. Our research utilized a modified Delphi approach. This is a systematic, iterative process used to build expert consensus, and it is particularly valuable in emerging or underdeveloped areas where clear guidelines do not yet exist. This method involved anonymous surveys that were distributed across 2 rounds, allowing experts to provide their input, review group feedback, and refine their responses over time. This is a common method that's used in healthcare research to build consensus on topics. For our research specifically, the goal of using a modified Delphi approach is to generate evidence-based best practice guidelines for delivering care to TGNC individuals via the support of professional consensus. Round 1 of the survey was distributed across a 10-week period through professional conferences and targeted TGNC and LGBTQ+ allied health email lists. Additionally, recruitment was supported through a flyer that shared study details and invited participation. Participants were also encouraged to share the study with colleagues who met eligibility utilizing a snowball sampling approach. Eligible participants included healthcare professionals and educators with interest or experience in working with TGNC individuals. In total, 9 participants completed round 1 of the survey, and this sample size, although small, does align with other Delphi studies as it is a specialized topic that requires expert input. As mentioned previously, this study involved 2 rounds of surveys, and at the current time of this presentation, round 1 has been completed and analyzed. In round 1, participants completed an open-ended survey designed to gather expert perspectives on current challenges in TGNC healthcare, gaps in practice, and the competencies needed to support TGNC individuals in healthcare settings. In round 2, participants will be invited to review and evaluate statements that were derived from those round 1 responses. During this round, participants will rate and rank proposed items based on perceived importance and relevance to healthcare practices. Once both rounds have been completed and consensus among topics has been analyzed, the next step would be to create those best practice guidelines supported by said consensus. Moving into our results sections, the responses from round 1 of the survey were analyzed using descriptive statistical analysis and qualitative thematic analysis to identify key themes and patterns among participant responses. Key themes that were identified included education and training, professional development, school-based services, and emerging or non-traditional resources. And to give a quick participant overview, they consisted of 9 licensed and credentialed healthcare professionals, being a mix of occupational therapists and physical therapists. 66% of those participants reported having 5 or more years of experience working with TGNC individuals. Next, we are going to further break down the results of our survey into those identified key themes.
One of the key themes we discovered are that the participants are largely self-taught post-graduation and rely heavily on independent learning rather than formal training. To introduce you further to our panel of participants and their experience, when asked to share their perceived level of confidence in their ability to provide affirming care to TGNC clients, 56% of participants reported feeling very confident. In this chart, you will see a breakdown of the participants' specific expertise related to TGNC health and issues. The highest percentage of experience among participants was in community leadership or advocacy involvement, along with having peer-reviewed publications or presentations. Only 1 participant had a clinical leadership role or a clinical specialization, while 3 participants reported having none of the listed experience. Despite most participants feeling considerably confident and being experienced in the field, we found that most of their expertise comes from sources of self-education. Of these resources, the most common were peer-reviewed journals, online webinars, professional workshops, and personal narratives or blogs. Smaller percentages of participants reported social media, mentorship, or academic coursework as a resource. As Madison mentioned, the participants' confidence levels and experience support that our panel is appropriate for a Delphi study, but also demonstrate that even among experts, there is potential for greater formal training and preparation. When asked about barriers encountered in accessing education or training related to TGNC care, common themes that emerged include difficulty identifying and finding credible resources, high cost of professional development, repetitive or basic content limited to pronoun usage, lack of relevant content in academic coursework, and limited recognition that this is important work. In terms of academic preparation, our study revealed a clear, overwhelming curricular deficit paired with a strong consensus on the importance of experience-based learning. 89% of participants reported that they felt not at all prepared by their academic programs to work with TGNC individuals. When asked about what specific content was included in their academic training, there was an overwhelming response of none or minimal exposure to relevant content. Participants also ranked methods of incorporating TGNC content into academic programs, with 1 being most effective and 6 being the least effective. Among the top-ranked methods were guest speakers with lived experience, case studies and clinical placements, followed by simulation or role play, required readings, and interdisciplinary coursework. As far as the actual content our panel feels is lacking in academic training, they expressed a need for exposure to psychosocial or mental health implications, hormone and surgical considerations, greater insight into how identity and power shape experiences, post-operative activities of daily living training, such as bathing, toileting, or dressing, and documentation and legal name guidance. Participants emphasized not only the importance of representation, but also how TGNC content is framed within education, noting that it should be fully integrated into coursework rather than in a manner that others the population. As one participant wrote, TGNC content is not different or separate coursework. Even beyond academic preparation, there was an apparent need for further training and resources across rehab and school-based settings. Some workplaces offer general LGBTQ+ training or specific TGNC professional development opportunities, while many reported none or insufficient offerings. What participants really wanted was practical and ongoing training, with multiple responses sharing the importance of training and resources being continuous rather than standalone content. There was a similar desire for case-based workshops, cultural humility training, post-surgical care guidance, and documentation training in the workplace as there was with academic curriculum additions. In school settings especially, these gaps showed up alongside other challenges like misgendering, political and legal barriers, and not having clear resources to rely on. Overall, this suggests the problem isn't limited to one field or setting. It's a broader issue with not enough consistent, relevant training or institutional support across disciplines.
In summation, the overall trends that were revealed included the following. Participants reported relying heavily on self-directed learning due to limited formal education on TGNC care. Most participants felt unprepared by their academic programs with little to no exposure to TGNC-related content. Key gaps in education included a lack of foundational knowledge, limited intersectionality training, and an over-reliance on binary frameworks. Overall, participants emphasized the need for a more inclusive and comprehensive curriculum, including diverse identities and experiences. Our group did identify some study limitations, which included the sample size, as it was smaller than initially intended due to some recruitment challenges and low visibility at one conference. Additionally, there is a lack of existing literature on this topic, which made it difficult to fully guide survey development. The findings are also based on self-reported data, which can introduce some bias. Another limitation is the lack of interdisciplinary diversity among participants, which affects how broadly these results can be applied. Lastly, and most importantly, the study did not include direct input from TGNC individuals, meaning lived experiences were not fully represented.
The trends discovered through our literature review and our Delphi study have practical implications for us as OTs. Our data confirms the need for healthcare practitioner education to ensure confidence and readiness to work with this population, and to promote cultural humility and carryover to clinical practice. So what can we do? The value of learning from lived experience to provide quality care for TG-NC clients was highlighted throughout our research, making building relationships with TG-NC individuals and experts in the field especially important. Healthcare practitioners must also remember and educate their students that TG-NC care is medically necessary care. Our commitment to ethical practice as providers does not discriminate. We prioritize important identities and meaningful occupations for all of our clients. In the professional world, capstone partnerships and interdisciplinary professional development programs can be implemented to support continuing education in this topic, tailored to the needs of the specific treatment setting. Within the academic arena, professors and administrators should consider curricular updates and inviting external trainers with lived experience to share their insight and expertise with students and staff. Systemic challenges and institutional policy changes in the current political climate also affect the delivery of TG-NC care and minimize the importance of professional development and readiness for this population. Continued and consistent advocacy can ultimately create systemic change institutionally and in education for TG-NC clients seeking healthcare. Advocacy is central to accessible, equitable, and comprehensive TG-NC care. Thank you, and thank you to our project leader, Dr. Rappaport, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. I invite our next group to the stage under the advisement of Professor Richard Sable.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Excuse me. I am so excited to present efficacy of a mindfulness-based fall prevention program for older adults. My name is Asa, and my fellow classmates are Dana, Danielle, and Andy, working under the guidance of our mentor, Professor Richard Sable. So, why is fall prevention so important? We've already heard today that falls are the leading cause of injury and death for older adults and are incredibly common in this population. But fall prevention isn't just about the risk of injury. It's also about what happens afterwards, how the experience can change how someone moves through the world. After a fall, people often develop fear of falling and begin to pull back from daily life, avoiding movement and limiting participation in meaningful activities. Over time, that disengagement can lead to isolation, decreased physical capacity, and ultimately even greater risk, not just of falls, but of broader physical, mental, and psychosocial decline. This cycle helps explain why researchers have approached fall prevention from multiple angles. So before getting into our study, I'll briefly walk through what the existing literature tells us. So one of the clearest takeaways from the literature is that fall risk is multifactorial. It reflects interaction between physical, cognitive, behavioral, and environmental factors. And conventional approaches often address these factors in isolation. For example, physical training might improve strength and balance, but that on its own doesn't always translate into meaningful improvement in real-world function. So the pattern that begins to emerge is that approaches that integrate multiple components tend to show stronger outcomes. When cognitive and physical demands are combined, we see greater improvements in balance, gait, and adaptability. Mindfulness practices, including mindful meditation, also play a role here by supporting attention, body awareness, and mediation of fear. And this is especially true in mind-body approaches, like Tai Chi, yoga, breathwork, and the Feldenkrais method, which naturally integrate movement with awareness. And I want to highlight how essential awareness is here, because it can fundamentally shift how people experience their body in motion and open up new possibilities for how they navigate the world and engage with their environment. So rather than isolating physical or cognitive training, these approaches combine them in a way that more naturally reflects how people actually move. And all of this points to the potential of integrating mindfulness into occupational therapy as part of a more comprehensive and holistic approach to fall prevention, which leads us to our research question, which Dana will tell you more about.
Thank you so much, Asa. So the background Asa provided helped shape our research question, which is, does the inclusion of mindfulness-based interventions in traditional occupational therapy practice reduce fall risk for older adults? This question is so relevant to our profession because fall prevention can support independence in daily activities and increase community engagement, both of which are central to OT practice. Okay, so now I'll be providing insight into our research methods, starting with participants. To recruit participants, we conducted scripted phone calls to 20 individuals enrolled in the fall prevention program. Our inclusion criteria required participants to be 60 years or older, have adequate activity tolerance, and be able to use basic technology such as email and Zoom. We excluded individuals with non-English speaking ability, neurological conditions such as Parkinson's, and cognitive impairment such as dementia. After recruitment, 6 participants enrolled in the study, but 1 was lost due to unresponsiveness, leaving 5 who completed the full 6-week intervention and all assessments. Okay, once participants consented to be part of our study, we administered 2 baseline assessments. The activity-specific Balanced Confidence Scale, or ABC scale, measured balanced confidence during daily activities like walking around the home. The Personal Activity Selection Assessment, or PASS, assessed participants' perceived performance and satisfaction in 2 activities affected by fear of falling. So you may be wondering what the fall prevention sessions actually looked like. They consisted of 6 weekly 90-minute sessions conducted over Zoom by our very own Professor Sable. Each session included education on physical, environmental, and behavioral risk factors, physical practice to address body structure and function, and time at the end for participants to raise concerns and discuss meaningful issues. After each session, a recording was sent to participants for independent practice. We want to highlight the physical component of the sessions a bit more. The mindfulness-based practices, Tai Chi, yoga, Feldenkrais, and breathwork targeted balance, posture, strength, breath coordination, and body awareness. These skills were then translated into daily tasks to improve safety and balance confidence. For example, the Tai Chi form push-pull was used to build balance and coordination and then applied to functional tasks like vacuuming. Okay, a little bit more on assessments. To collect data throughout the 6 weeks, we used weekly Google Form questionnaires to track progress in falls risk knowledge, amount of at-home practice, and level of concern about fear of falling. And finally, at the end of the program, we re-administered the ABC scale and PASS to measure change in these assessment areas. We also conducted post-program interviews to assess perceived program effectiveness. Some questions included in the interview were, how did you feel about the program overall, and how has your fear of falling changed? I will now pass it to Andy to review our quantitative results.
Thanks, Dana. So I'm going to jump into some of the quantitative results. I'm going to start with the Activities Balance Confidence Scale. So the average for all participants across of all activities went from a 62.3 up to a 67.6. Now, as a reminder, with the Activities Balance Confidence Scale, the participants were ranking their confidence across various activities or their performance across varied activities that have varied fall risks on a 100-point scale. To further analyze this data, we performed a paired samples t-test to look at the trends and potential statistical significance. What we saw was that confidence improved for 13 out of 16 of the activities. It decreased for 3, including bending to pick up a slipper from the front of a closet, walking on an icy sidewalk, and carrying a parcel on an escalator. Unfortunately, we did not see any statistical significance in this data. For the personal activity selection, we saw an increase in average pre to post performance and satisfaction for both self-selected activities by the clients. And in fact, after running a paired samples t-test, we saw a statistically significant improvement in satisfaction for self-chosen activity number 1. Lastly, looking at the weekly check-in data, there was a couple of things that we highlighted as being interesting. The first was that average fall concern decreased from a 7 out of 10 in the first week to a 6 out of 10 in the remaining sessions. In addition, the average practice time went from 0 times per week when the session started to 3 times per week at the end of the sessions. I'm now going to pass it along to Danielle, who's going to talk about the qualitative data.
Thank you, Andy. So now moving into our qualitative results. Our qualitative data was collected from weekly surveys, pre and post interviews, and participant comments from throughout the program. And from this data, 6 key themes emerged. And I'll walk through each of these themes and highlight key participant experiences, starting with change in fear of falling and balanced confidence. 4 out of 5 participants limited their meaningful activities due to fear of falling at the start of the program, but by the end, though fear remained present, all grew in confidence and felt empowered to re-engage in meaningful activities. Increased body awareness. Every participant expressed some degree of increased awareness of body position, movement, and mechanics. They also described increased awareness of breath, head and neck positioning, posture, alignment, and movement effort and efficiency. Increased safety awareness and environmental adaptation. Multiple participants were more attuned to the impact of lighting and clutter and learned how to assess their environment before moving, especially on stairs, curbs, or when moving from dark to light rooms. One participant even stated, "I also am much more aware of the need for light and getting rid of blockaged items than before the first session." Functional application of learned strategies. Each participant emphasized various ways they incorporated what they had learned from the sessions into their daily activities to promote safer mobility. Some of the participants reported proactively tackling clutter in their homes and reorganizing to reduce the risk of hazards. Others described using their increased body awareness to help guide their movement as they adjust to their surroundings, including slowing down and just paying closer attention to their bodily cues. Adaptation to limitations. 3 participants had persistent conditions, including connective tissue disorder, partial blindness, vertigo, and neuropathy, yet all reported meaningful improvements in balanced confidence. One participant noted that sit to stand remained difficult, but was no longer impossible for them. This program helped shift how they understood and managed their own limitations because of their conditions. And lastly, program experience and accessibility. In general, participants described the program as supportive and helpful and easy to engage in. Most highlighted the online format as a major factor in accessibility, especially for those with mobility issues and fluctuating health. Having access to the recorded sessions was valued amongst several of the participants because it allowed them to review the information on their own time and practice. And now I'm going to hand it back over to Andy to discuss the results.
So taking a look at all this data, first at the quantitative, we saw modest changes in confidence and participation across the participants. As with what we found in our literature review, the types of changes we see may not be captured by traditional fall risk measures. This data could have also been affected by the small sample size of 5 participants. The other thing we wanted to note is that decreases in confidence or participation across the ABC and PASS actually only occurred with activities that bear a large fall risk, including walking on icy sidewalks, standing on an escalator without packages, or navigating a steep stairwell. It could be that learning more about the risks associated with falls caused people to have decreased participation in these activities. The qualitative data told another story. It pointed to meaningful re-engagement in occupations or activities that are meaningful to all of the participants. They were empowered with insight into their specific challenges and now had solutions to those challenges to participate in activities. There was a willingness to engage in previously challenging activities. Some of those included one participant who discussed going to the theater again, another who discussed taking the subway and navigating the subway system an hour to catch up with colleagues at a conference, something she wouldn't have done previously. Each client had a unique takeaway from each of the sessions that allowed them to participate in occupations. And now I'll hand it back over to Danielle to wrap up. Oh, sorry, I got limitations. Limitations. One of the limitations we had is that we were unable to utilize performance-based clinical assessments, such as the timed up and go or tug test, in which participants, normally you'd be in front of the client, you would watch them stand up, walk 10 feet, walk back and sit down and time them, and that's a good indicator of fall risk. We also had technological difficulties, which caused challenges in recruiting individuals, in having consistent responses to surveys, and overall led to our small sample size. And lastly, aligned with the first bullet point is we were reliant on self-reported data since we were doing this virtually, and we had to rely on the participants to notify us how they were feeling in terms of their confidence with activities. And now I'll hand it off to Danielle.
Thank you, Andy, again. So in conclusion, this study integrated occupational therapy with mindfulness-based movement approaches to evaluate their impact on fall risk. And our findings suggest that incorporating these approaches may enhance older adults' ability to perform daily activities more safely and with greater confidence, thereby reducing fall risk. While our quantitative data showed a subtle statistical change, our qualitative findings showed valuable improvement in confidence, body awareness, environmental awareness, and movement, highlighting the value of an holistic approach to fall prevention. Future research design should include a more larger and diverse group of participants to strengthen our statistical findings, and it would also be beneficial to extend the length of the program and follow up with post-evaluations that may help to assess the long-term effectiveness of the program. And lastly, implementing in-person sessions may enhance learning as it'll provide that hands-on approach and more meaningful interactions amongst the participants, in addition to more accurate use of quantitative measurements of fall risk. These are our references. And any questions? Before we go, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Sable for the creation of the program and for your guidance and mentorship throughout this entire process.
Thank you to our participants for being so generous with their time.
And to Dr. Barrington for your insight, support, and guidance.
And also to everyone at Downstate for all your support over the past couple years, and to our loved ones for seeing us through this. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'd like to call our next group to the stage, please, under the guidance of Dr. Jasmine Thomas.
Just the next button?
You can use, yeah, the next button or the clicker.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Myra Nadeem.
I'm Tasneem Khan.
I'm Anisha Satyabashak.
And today we are presenting our project on the role of emotional intelligence, cultural humility, and practical application in OT fieldwork success. And our faculty advisor is Dr. Jasmine Thomas. And our research just focuses on how we can better prepare students for the complex social and cultural demands of clinical rotations by bridging the gap between theory and practice. To understand the why behind our project, we have to look at these core areas. So fieldwork is the critical bridge from student to clinician. It's where we balance clinical knowledge with interpersonal skills that we need to build professional identity and confidence. Our program's online emotional intelligence curriculum is a vital resource that is readily available on our website, and it covers a diverse interpersonal themes that all lead back to one central pillar, emotional intelligence, or EI. And that just gives us a massive head start in self-awareness and empathy. So in the clinic, EI is the catalyst for emotional regulation and professional relationships. And this pairs with cultural humility, which is not a destination, but rather it's a lifelong commitment to being a learner and staying open to a client's unique lived experience. Together, these foster a true client-centered care. We must remember that culture is not just about ethnicity. It includes gender identity and age, and also socioeconomic status. So despite the importance of all of this, most OT education focuses on technical skills. So this leaves a gap in the practical application of these soft skills during high-pressure clinical moments. So our review of the current literature confirmed 3 major findings. First is emotional intelligence, which is directly linked to better stress management and higher self-efficacy. It helps us navigate those difficult, unpredictable clinical interactions. Second, cultural humility. It is what builds the baseline of trust with our clients. And the research shows that it isn't just about learning facts about a culture, it's about that continuous self-reflection that we always are working on. Finally, we identified a clear research gap. While there is plenty of evidence that there are these skills that are important, there is a lack of practical and real-world training strategies. So this led us to our core research question: how does a supplemental educational video on emotional intelligence and cultural humility impact OT's students' perceived readiness for fieldwork? This question matters because as students, we face significant emotional regulation challenges and complex cultural interactions every single day. We realized that there was a need for training that was not only evidence-based, but also accessible and easy to apply in the field. So to address this question, we created the Building Bridges intervention video. And we are going to play a portion of the video for you guys now. And it just showcases one of our scripted interactions that shows like a therapist and a client, and it is followed by a practical tip, and it's our first practical tip. So I'm gonna try playing that.
Scene 1, the assumption.
Yeah, I'm Hi, Lila. I'm Anisha, the student. You can follow me to the therapy room. Sure. Lila, you can take a seat over here. So before we begin, I called a translator for you. I figured it might be a little easier.
I speak English fluently.
Oh, that's great. I just heard you speaking on the phone earlier, and I kind of just assumed that, like...
I understand. It happens a lot.
Just because I don't speak another language doesn't mean I don't speak English well. These assumptions, innocent as they may be, make me feel unseen.
Practical tip number 1. Don't assume language or cultural gaps. Always ask first. Biases and stereotypes often whisper, not shout. They can show up in our assumptions, quick, quiet, and unnoticed. Even when we think we're being helpful, we might unintentionally make someone feel othered or unseen. Lila wasn't asked, she was labeled. And while she smiled politely, inside she felt misidentified, misunderstood, and reduced to a stereotype. What can we do instead? Ask what language someone prefers. Ask about pronouns and cultural identity. Let them define their own identity, not your perception of it. Be curious, not certain. Remain open to learning. Create a respectful environment where clients feel safe to engage and open up. Recognize that clients may feel discomfort even if they do not express it.
Scene 1. So now for our materials and methods. For our research, we recruited 27 Masters of Science Occupational Therapy students that are seated right here, and all of whom have completed at least one level 1 fieldwork semester, one semester of level 1 fieldwork. And we used a mixed methods design to track changes in the students' perception. So the process followed 3 clear steps. So first, a pre-survey was established to establish a baseline for emotional awareness and cultural humility. And then second, the video that we just saw, our intervention, where the participants viewed the Building Bridges video featuring 4 clinical tips. And then finally, a post-survey to measure the shift between the confidence across all of the 6 core constructs. And to analyze our findings, we used a paired samples t-test for the quantitative data and thematic analysis for the qualitative feedback. And this just ensures a comprehensive look at how this module impacts students' readiness.
Here we have samples of questions from the pre and post surveys that were provided to our OT cohort. So the first question is in the pre-survey, and it is, how confident do you feel interacting with clients, peers, and co-workers from cultural backgrounds different from your own? This was measured using a 5-point Likert scale, where participants were asked to rate on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being uncomfortable and 5 being very comfortable. This was then assessed in the post-survey with the following question. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being not confident and 5 being very confident, please rate the following statement. After watching the supplemental practical tips video, Building Bridges, I am confident in my ability to recognize and label my emotional reactions when working with people from cultural backgrounds different from my own. Now moving on to the results. We have observed statistically significant improvements across all domains with a p-value or a probability value of less than 0.05. And this indicates that the observed effect is unlikely due to chance, suggesting that there is a significant relationship between the increase in emotional intelligence and cultural humility and viewing the supplemental practical tips video. Across the construct of reflection is where we have observed the greatest increase. So our mean or average in our pre-survey was 3.42, and this has increased to 4.54 in our post-survey. Since our p-value is less than 0.01, there is less than 1% probability that this is due to chance. And we've observed similar ranges in the emotional intelligence and cultural humility constructs with a pre-survey mean score of 3.27 to an increase in 4.19 in the post-survey. We've also seen that emotional confidence has increased, with about half of students reporting in the pre-survey that they felt confident and about 35% reporting they felt neutral. However, in the post-survey, more than half the participants reported feeling confident, and we've seen a decrease in neutral responses. This is especially meaningful for us since 100% of our participants reported that our video content was relatable and useful. So we've seen consistent improvements across cultural humility, knowledge, communication confidence, emotional confidence, fieldwork readiness, and self-awareness, along with our largest gain in the domain of reflection. So now moving on to the analysis of our data. Overall, our data showed that the supplemental videos had a strong positive impact on students' perceptions of emotional intelligence and cultural humility. Starting with reflection, most students reported that after watching the video, they reflected on their own cultural humility more frequently, with majority of participants selecting very often. And this suggests to us that even short interventions can encourage deeper self-awareness. We also noticed that students were highly likely to adapt their treatment approaches based on client preferences, which is essential for client-centered care, a critical component of occupational therapy. In terms of knowledge, most students rated their understanding of cultural humility as strong after the intervention, showing clear improvement. Lastly, confidence also increased when working with clients from different cultural backgrounds. So overall, across reflection, knowledge, adaptability, and confidence, we've seen consistent, significant improvement. And now I'm going to hand this over to Anisha.
So based on our results, there are several key takeaways. First, our findings support the importance of emotional intelligence training in occupational therapy education. These are not just soft skills, but they directly impact how we interact with clients and deliver care. Second, we found that even brief interventions, like short videos, can make a meaningful difference in students' confidence and readiness. This highlights that these strategies are both practical and easy to implement in educational settings. Another important takeaway is the role of cultural humility. It is essential for building strong client relationships and providing effective client-centered care. Reflection stood out the most in our results, showing the greatest improvement. This reinforces how critical reflection is for professional growth and clinical decision-making. Overall, our findings align with existing research, showing that emotional intelligence improves fieldwork performance and cultural humility enhances the quality of care. In addition, our study offers a practical way to implement these concepts in OT education. Of course, there are some limitations to consider. Our sample size was relatively small with only 27 participants, which may limit how generalizable the findings are. The study was also conducted at a single institution, SUNY Downstate, so our results may not fully represent other OT programs. Additionally, this was a short-term study, so we do not know whether these improvements will carry over into level 2 fieldwork or long-term practice. Finally, the data was based on self-reported surveys, which introduces the possibility of response bias. So while the results are promising, they should be interpreted with these limitations in mind. So in conclusion, our study highlights several important points. Emotional intelligence and cultural humility are essential for success in both fieldwork and clinical practice. Even brief educational interventions can improve student confidence and readiness. Reflection emerged as a key skill that should be emphasized more in training, and short video interventions appear to be a practical and effective tool for OT programs. Looking ahead, there are several directions for future research. We recommend integrating emotional intelligence training into the formal OT curriculum rather than keeping it supplemental. Expanding this research to larger and more diverse populations would also strengthen the findings. Long-term follow-up studies are needed to determine whether these improvements are sustained over time, particularly during level 2 fieldwork. We also suggest incorporating more objective performance measures instead of relying solely on self-reported data. Finally, replicating this study across multiple OT programs would help strengthen the overall evidence base. Some programs have already begun implementing similar approaches, indicating that this is a growing and important area in OT education. We want to take some time to do some acknowledgements. So first, for our actors, Tasneem Khan, Laila Lima, and myself, our video editor, Myra Nadeem, and our narrator, Michelle Nadeem, our peer reviewers, Nina Kriskow and Rachel Berkson, and of course, our participants, the SUNY Downstate Occupational Therapy Class of 2026.
We'd like to take this time to give a special thank you to our program advisor, Dr. Jasmine Thomas, and our master's project instructor, Dr. Crystal Brewington,
We appreciate your continued support and feedback during the duration of our master's project journey. Thank you so much. These are our list of references, and I'd like to open up the floor for any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to call our next group to the stage under the advisement of Dr. Dawn Tribble.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. My name is Jenny Kim, and I'm with my fellow classmates Sharon Park and Noah Palakos. We are going to present our research study, which is actually a systematic review on the effect of motivational interviewing on pain self-efficacy in adults with chronic musculoskeletal pain. So, I'm sorry about the formatting. That was a mouthful, so I'll break it down for you. First, what is chronic musculoskeletal pain, or CMP for short? So chronic musculoskeletal pain is pain that, one, stems from the bones, joints, ligaments, muscles, and or tendons in the body, and that, two, lasts beyond the expected healing period or occurring in conditions where healing may not occur, typically lasting more than 12 weeks. So CMP is the most prevalent form of chronic pain, affecting approximately 20 to 33% of our global population, and commonly known conditions including low back pain, neck and shoulder pain, and arthritis. CMP leads to decreased participation in daily activities, decreased quality of life, increased disability, and increased healthcare costs. So this population is very relevant to occupational therapists, and we commonly work with individuals that experience CMP. So in addition to physical symptoms, individuals with CMP also experience psychological factors like fear and anxiety regarding their pain. And these feelings of fear and anxiety often lead to decreased activity in these individuals, whether that is less engagement in rehabilitation efforts or just avoiding movement in their daily lives. And yes, this can eliminate the experience of pain in the moment, but in the long term, it leads to worsened pain and disability, resulting in this fear avoidance cycle that, in the long term, exacerbates the experience of chronic pain. So one positive client factor that can be used to kind of break this cycle is called pain self-efficacy, which is defined as an individual's confidence to engage in their daily activities despite experiencing pain. And research has shown that greater pain self-efficacy has been linked to reduced fear avoidance behaviors, increased participation in daily activities, lower levels of distress and disability, and reduced pain perception. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So as healthcare professionals, it's imperative that we seek out strategies that can protect and improve our clients' level of pain self-efficacy. And motivational interviewing is one of those strategies. So motivational interviewing, or MI, is a client-centered approach to enhance intrinsic motivation for behavior change. It is a counseling strategy. And it was developed initially for individuals with substance use, but over time it has been adapted to be used in other healthcare contexts, including smoking cessation, medication adherence, and lifestyle changes. Motivational interviewing aligns very well with occupational therapy. One of the foundational tenets, of occupational therapy is the therapeutic use of self, which is building on the therapist and client rapport to continue to motivate the client to engage in therapy. This aligns really well with the aspects of reflective listening, verbal affirmations, goal setting, and asking open-ended questions in MI. However, sorry, it's cut off, but MI remains underexplored in OT practice. So this leads us to our research question, which is how effective is MI in improving pain self-efficacy in adults with CMP? So given that we conducted a systematic review, our methods really consisted of an article search and selection. So for our article search, we searched 7 different databases, which are CINAHL, Cochrane, EBSCOhost, Embase, PubMed, Google Scholar, and Web of Science. And into these databases, we inserted a search string that follows the basic format of CMP keywords and MI keywords and pain self-efficacy keywords. Once we searched all our articles, we imported the results into EndNote, which is a software platform that helps to remove duplicates and organize references. And after we removed all the duplicate articles, we moved these references to Covidence, which is another software platform that helps to screen articles and extract data for systematic reviews. In Covidence, we went through 2 phases of article screening. The first was title and abstract screening, and the next was full text screening to bring us to our final list of included studies. The screening process included 2 reviewers independently screening the articles based on our inclusion and exclusion criteria, and a 3rd reviewer resolving any conflicts. So the Prisma diagram is just a visual to show you our article search and selection process. So at the top, you can see that we initially started with 995 articles resulting from our search. And after screening and screening, we ended up with 14 final articles in our review. And on the right, we also have our eligibility criteria. So for our studies, we only included studies that included adults 18 years or older that were diagnosed with CMP conditions, studies that used MI as an intervention, either standalone or in conjunction with another intervention, and that listed pain self-efficacy as an outcome, either primary or secondary. And of course, we only included peer-reviewed articles. For our exclusion criteria, we did not include articles that encompass non-chronic pain, so acute conditions, non-musculoskeletal pain, so cancer pain or neurological pain, studies that were not in English and that were published before 2010. So after we got our final list of articles to be included in our study, we completed data extraction with the Covidence Extraction 1 tool, where we extracted all the relevant data. Oh, I'm sorry again for the formatting issue. And in the data extraction phase, we had 2 independent reviewers complete the form, followed by a consensus stage to resolve any disputes. That was followed by data analysis. We took all the extracted data from all of our articles and exported it into a compiled table where we compared data across the studies and tried to look for any relevant patterns and conducted a descriptive qualitative synthesis. Lastly, we conducted a quality appraisal using a customized quality assessment template in Covidence. And we used tools such as the Cochrane Risk of Bias 1, which is used for randomized controlled trials, as well as the JBI checklists and NIH pre-post tools for other included studies that were not randomized controlled trials. And within our quality appraisal, we also had 2 independent reviewers complete it, followed by a consensus stage. Now I will hand it off to Sharon, who will discuss our results.
Next, I'll be discussing the results of our descriptive analysis. So from the initial 997 studies collected, 14 were included in this review, from which the study characteristics and intervention details were extracted. The articles reflected a wide range of study designs, including those that were qualitative and quantitative, to provide a more comprehensive understanding of our research question. 9 of the 14 articles were randomized controlled trials, or RCTs, which made up a majority of our articles. The other study designs included a quasi-experimental study, a pre-post intervention study, case series, case study, and service evaluation. The extent to which MI was included and incorporated into the intervention varied across the studies. 8 of the articles used an alternative intervention which incorporated MI principles and techniques. 4 combined MI with physical activity, 1 combined MI with physical therapy, and only 1 study used MI as a standalone intervention. MI delivery methods also differed. Mostly it was done in person, but there were some using online, phone, or mixed formats. A key observation from our analysis was that pain self-efficacy outcomes were generally better when MI was integrated into a broader intervention rather than when it was delivered as a standalone intervention. There was also a range of healthcare professionals that delivered MI in the included studies, and most commonly they were physical therapists. Other professionals include physicians, physician assistants, nurses, psychologists, and only 1 study used occupational therapists. The type of the training that was received by the healthcare professionals also differed. 7 of the studies reported MI-specific training, and among those studies, the training duration and intensity varied widely, including a 4-session workshop, an 8-hour training session, and a 3-month pilot phase of practice. 2 of the studies included training that was linked to other aspects of the intervention that was not MI, including CFT and CBT, which are both psychological intervention approaches. And 5 of the articles did not indicate any training for the healthcare professionals. A key observation from this analysis is that training was not consistently linked to the pain self-efficacy outcomes. However, interventions that were self-directed and had minimal involvement of the healthcare professionals tended to yield weaker or inconsistent outcomes. This section will review the measures of pain self-efficacy that were across the studies. The Pain Self-Efficacy Questionnaire, or the PSEQ, which is displayed on the slide here, was the most commonly used measure, and it was used in 8 articles. The second most used measure was the Arthritis Self-Efficacy Scale, used in 4 studies. This measure was not used exclusively for arthritis, but also has other versions for specific diagnoses. Other measures used were the Self-Efficacy Scale and the Occupational Experience Profile, which indirectly measured pain self-efficacy through the client's qualitative personal experiences. Finally, these are the results of the quality and risk of bias assessments for the articles. All of the 9 RCTs were assessed using the Cochrane Risk of Bias 1 tool and were assessed to be either of high risk or unclear risk. This was largely due to the nature of the therapy interventions and the difficulty of blinding the healthcare professionals who would be delivering the MI to the clients. However, all these articles did show low risk in terms of sequence generation and allocation concealment, which indicates that the group assignment was successfully randomized and concealed from all of the participants. The 5 non-RCTs were assessed using tools that were specific to their study design, and they showed mixed quality, as you can see here, and common risk factors included unclear eligibility criteria, small sample size, and limited statistical analyses. Next, I'll be passing it over to Noah, who will discuss our results.
Thank you very much, Sharon, for that transition. So now to get into the discussion of our research, across the 14 articles included in this systematic review, the findings were somewhat mixed. Overall, the evidence did not consistently demonstrate that motivational interviewing leads to improvements in pain self-efficacy in adults with chronic musculoskeletal pain. While some studies showed significant results, they overall were not strong or consistent enough to establish a concrete relationship. Additionally, these outcomes varied regardless of how MI was delivered, including differences in the intervention format and structure. Overall, based on the synthesized evidence, there was no direct linkage of MI as a standalone intervention to significant improvements in pain self-efficacy. So to go into the interpretation of our findings to better understand everything, it's important to consider how MI was implemented across these studies. There was significant variability in terms of the delivery format along with the provider training and the level of competency by facilitators and the protocols. Differences in intervention procedures, including how MI techniques were applied and combined with other interventions, resulted in the inconsistency in our results. Because of this inconsistency, it becomes difficult to isolate the specific effect of MI on pain self-efficacy. Overall, this variability likely contributed to the limited and inconclusive nature of our findings. So to go into some limitations, there are several important ones to consider. Overall, the total number of studies included was relatively small, with only 14 articles. There was also considerable variability in study design and intervention delivery across studies. In addition, different studies used different outcome measures to assess pain self-efficacy, as Sharon mentioned, which limited our ability to compare. Due to this heterogeneity, we are unable to conduct a meta-analysis and conduct specific statistical analysis to combine the results into one overall effect size. So to get into our conclusion, the current evidence does not strongly support motivational interviewing as an effective intervention for improving pain self-efficacy in adults with chronic musculoskeletal pain. Overall, the findings remain inconclusive due to variability across studies and methodological limitations. However, it is important to recognize that several core components of MI, such as establishing a collaborative relationship, using open-ended questions, and emphasizing the therapeutic use of self, closely align with the foundational principles of occupational therapy. Because of this overlap, MI may still have broader clinical relevance, even though its direct impact on pain self-efficacy is not clearly supported by the current evidence. In terms of future research directions, moving forward, research should focus on strengthening both the quality and consistency of the evidence base, which involves conducting high-quality studies with rigorous methodology, as well as standardizing MI training and intervention protocols. Using consistent outcome measures across studies is also going to be essential, as this would improve comparability and allow for more robust statistical analysis. In addition, future research should continue to explore how structured implementation of MI within treatment plans may influence outcomes in the chronic musculoskeletal pain population. Overall, addressing these gaps will help clarify the role of MI in clinical practice as it relates to occupational therapy. These are our references. You can scan the QR code if you'd like. Any questions? Just want to give a special thanks to our faculty advisor, Dr. Tribble, for all your guidance throughout this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to invite our next group to the stage under the advisement of Dr. Nancy Klein.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Esther Rosenfeld.
Ruthie Safina Hamadani.
Marcia Pastrigas. And with the guidance of Dr. Nancy Klein, we're proud to share our research study, Geriatric Focus, Transforming the OT Curriculum. As the global population continues to age, we're seeing a significant increase in the demand for healthcare professionals equipped to meet the complex need of the geriatric population. OT plays a key role in helping older adults maintain independence, participate in meaningful and necessary activities of daily living, and improve their overall quality of life and well-being. However, despite this growing need, research shows that many OT students receive limited exposure to older adults during their training. This lack of experience can lead to gaps in knowledge of the complexities involved in aging, as well as a lack of interest for students choosing this field. Simply put, educational gaps can have real-world negative consequences, potentially affecting the quality of care provided for older adults and, in turn, their quality of life. So the purpose of this mixed method study is to examine current deficiencies in OT gerontology education and identify opportunities for changes to the curriculum. The goal is to improve knowledge to better prepare and ideally motivate future OTs to meet the needs of the rapidly growing population. So to better understand the significance of this issue, it's important to look at current population trends. According to recent projections from the Population Reference Bureau, the number of Americans aged 65 and older is expected to increase from 58 million in 2022 to 82 million in 2050, representing nearly a 15% increase. With this kind of growth, the need for skilled OTs in geriatric care will only continue to rise. However, when we look at student preparedness, there's clearly a disconnect. A cohort analysis by Trerick and co-research has shown that OT students across 4 graduating classes score in the mid-60% range on the Facts of Aging quiz. While that may seem acceptable at first glance, it reflects a fairly limited understanding of the complexities involved in aging for healthcare workers expected to care for an older client. In addition to limited knowledge, there's also a lack of interest. Only 11.5% of students in the analysis above reported an interest in working with older adults, which is concerning given the rapidly expanding population. So these two factors, limited knowledge and low interest, can directly impact clinical practice. Without a strong understanding of the aging process, therapists may develop treatment plans that don't fully address the unique physical, cognitive, or social challenges faced by older adults. Clearly, there's a need for improvements in how OT students are trained.
So to build off what Esther was saying, I'm going to continue with more review of our literature. So, oh wait, sorry. Okay. So now we're going to touch upon the gaps in education and patient outcomes. So according to the current literature, there appears to be a lack of education and experience in gerontology among OT students, and that can definitely lead to gaps in effective interventions for the geriatric population. So some examples of the articles we found, there was a study done in 2014 that showed that even though OT students had the baseline skills, they were only provided about 1 to 15 hours of training regarding driving assessments, and that leaves many of them unprepared to safely evaluate older drivers. Another study in 2023 emphasized the need for more holistic and client-centered care because older adults reported feeling rushed and unsupported during their rehabilitation services. The next topic is about critical gaps in education and gerontology for OT students could lower their interest in working with older adults, and that obviously affects the quality of care and overall well-being of geriatric patients. Horowitz and Associates study in 2014 found that limited geriatric-focused education is associated with lower interest in working with older adults, and numbers presented as fewer than 1/3 of students expressing interest in this area. So overall, this suggests a critical need to strengthen geriatric education and OT programs to improve both student preparedness and patient outcomes. To continue, current research also highlights OT topics that can improve patient outcomes. So for example, a study done in 2022 revealed that there is a significant amount of ageism in digital health currently. Healthcare professionals often assume that older adults lack the technology skills, and that leads to its underuse and exclusion for any possible research and innovation. There's also a need for more aging-in-place interventions. Based on an intervention called the Promote Fall intervention done in Belgium, it showed that frail older adults face increased risks of falls, isolation, and hospitalization due to environmental barriers and limited support, which highlights the need for more of these structured interventions. And lastly, but not surely, interprofessional training programs. Structured intensive day programs were done in Florida a couple of years ago that improved role understanding, assessment skills, and attitudes, showing the strongest gains, up to 9 different assessments across different professions, OT, PTs, PAs, 9 assessments improved. The overall takeaway that we have from our literature review is that across all of our studies, there still presents a critical need for more education, research, and evidence-based OT interventions to improve outcomes, promote independence, and support safe, meaningful participation in ADLs and IADLs for older adults. However, even though these articles show the importance of OT topic intervention, whether it was the ageism, need for more aging-in-place interventions, or interprofessional groups, there's still a gap in literature focused on what these specific topics and opportunities missing from the OT curriculum. And our research question remains, and I'm going to hand that over to Marcia. Thank you. So as Ruthie said, we are aiming to discover gaps that are in current OT curriculums. So our question is, wait, are we seeing it? No, we're not. What the? Yo, where's that thing? Oh my God, I'm going backwards. My bad. How'd you do that? Anyways, our question is, are occupational students being adequately trained in working with geriatric population, and what elements can be added to the curriculum to improve gerontological care? Okay, so for our methodology, we made a survey that had 10 questions consisting of 8 Likert scale questions and 2 multiple choice questions with an additional comment section for qualitative feedback. This survey was distributed to different chairs of OT programs in New York State to distribute to their recent graduates and educators. In order to increase our survey recruitment and increase our sample size, we posted our survey onto a forum on the American Occupational Therapy Association called Commune OT. And overall, we had 45 participants complete our survey. So this is our survey. As you can see, we have the 8 Likert scale questions that I spoke about with the multiple choice questions. So to begin, we kind of ask them if they feel like they were prepared working with geriatrics. And then as we move on, we ask more specific things. Did you feel like anything was missing? Did you have enough fieldwork opportunities? And so like that. So we went through our perceived preparedness into our specific questions. Okay, results. So the results of our survey revealed that overall, more than 75 participants reported feeling generally prepared to work with older adults. However, there were still several notable gaps identified. And if we look over to this slide, we pulled some sample questions that we feel had the most significant numbers for what people reported were missing from their OT education. So for example, if we look to the top left corner for question number 4, when our participants were asked if they had sufficient fieldwork experience that focused on geriatric care during their OT education, approximately 34 participants responded that they did not receive enough fieldwork experiences. They would have liked to receive more, possibly different areas of practice as well. If we look over to the top right, question number 5, when our participants were asked if they were adequately taught to distinguish between normal and abnormal aging, including changes in physical, cognitive, and emotional states, almost 50% reported not being educated on these differences, and they feel that they would have benefited from more classes, from maybe some guest lectures, or some simulation-based learning regarding that. And if we go to the bottom left, question number 6, when our participants were asked if they had the opportunity to administer OT-specific clinical and cognitive assessments for older adults during their graduate training, almost 40% of participants revealed that they did not have this opportunity and they don't feel comfortable enough knowing enough to administer these assessments. And then the last question, this was part of our multiple choice section, question number 9, when asked what changes they would recommend to better prepare future OTs to meet the needs of the aging population. So like I said before, respondents recommended expanding geriatric-focused coursework, increasing fieldwork opportunities, incorporating more guest lectures from geriatric specialists, and implementing simulation-based learning experiences. And as well, there was also, our participants were also asked to identify some topics that they think were underrepresented and should be talked more about in OT programs. And these are results included, but they are not limited to: pelvic health, technology and aging, advocacy, social determinants of health in aging populations, cognitive decline and dementia care, mental health and emotional well-being, fall prevention, and the management of complex health conditions.
So our survey results indicated the need for OT programs to integrate more geriatric-specific coursework and learning experiences into the curriculum. This would be an important and necessary step to help future OTs worldwide build preparedness, confidence, and interest in working with the senior population. Despite its limitations, which we'll talk about in 1 minute, the results provide a strong recommendation for curricular changes in the OT program. Strengthening gerontology education can better equip future OTs to meet the complex needs of the aging population, improve care outcomes, and motivate graduates to pursue a geriatric practice. So when looking at research results, it's important to keep in mind the study's limitations. One limitation of our study was the survey's instrument length and depth. The questionnaires consisted of 10 questions, which could have been completed in about 10 minutes. While this format was created to encourage participation, it may have impacted the nuance of the data collected. In addition, the small sample size may have affected limitations in the survey results. With fewer participants, the findings may not be fully representative of the broader population of OT students or practitioners. So together, these limitations suggest that while the results of our study offer valuable insight, future, more in-depth research is still needed to practically improve outcomes.
The results of this study highlight a gap between OT's perceived and actual preparedness to work with the geriatric population. Most of our participants reported that they felt confident in geriatrics, but as the survey went on, other responses showed deficits in their training. Our results indicate that OT programs should integrate more geriatric classes and fieldworks, different opportunities, as well as teach underrepresented topics such as pelvic health, dementia, and other complex issues that older adults may face. By improving gerontology education, OT programs can better equip future OTs to meet the complex needs of older adults, improve care, and motivate graduates to work with the geriatric population. Okay. To continue this important topic, the next master's project group under Dr. Klein will see how integrating the bridge activities into OT education can reduce ageism amongst OT students. Ageism and lack of knowledge on geriatric care limits graduates' desires to work with the geriatric population and reduces care. Addressing ageism and reducing it is critical. Overall, our study and the upcoming master's project aim to better prepare future OT practitioners to address complex physical and mental health needs of older adults and ultimately improve patient outcomes. These are our references. Any questions? All right. And we just want to say thank you to everyone for staying, obviously, and thank you to Dr. Klein and Dr. Brewington.
Sorry. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Okay, so as we conclude today's portion of the program, can we please give a hand again to the class of 2026 for their master's project presentations? I would also like to thank our faculty, staff, and families, alumni, and guests for supporting our students and our program. Your encouragement, mentorship, and commitment to excellence has been invaluable. And to our students, congratulations on this incredible accomplishment. Your hard work, professionalism, and scholarship have brought you to this milestone moment, and we are immensely proud of you and all that you've achieved. Please join us in the atrium for refreshments and to view the students' accompanying posters. We'll then resume the program at 2:10 sharply for the white coat portion of our ceremony. Thank you.
Here.
Everybody look for your cell phone. If you don't have it, it's here.
All right, good afternoon. Hope you had a nice break. My name is Efikona Neware. I'm the chair of the Occupational Therapy Program. And in a few moments, we're going to escort the graduating class in. So this is probably the time to take out your phones. They're going to be coming down this aisle on my right-hand side. Let's stand and give them a very, very warm welcome as they come in. And then we'll proceed with the rest of the program. Be seated. All right. Let's give another well-deserved round of applause for our credible graduating class. And let's take a moment to recognize the families and friends and loved ones who have supported you all along the way. Your encouragement, patience, belief, it's made it possible and for them to have this day and this achievement. So thank you. Thank you for being such an essential part of this journey. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Crystal Brewington. For running such a successful program this morning. And also want to give a round of applause to our dedicated faculty advisors who are right here. Your mentorship, expertise, commitment shaped these students into becoming the practitioners they will be. And a special thanks to you, Alethea, who is right there. I see you now. Alethea for coordinating everything behind the scenes, to Ernie, to media services. I really appreciate all that you're putting into today to make this a meaningful and also a seamless event. So students, over the course of your master's project, you've engaged deeply in the critical process of inquiry, asking questions, designing and carrying out your work, sharing your findings as you have earlier today. It just really demonstrates not only your knowledge in the subject, but also your curiosity, your discipline, and your purpose. As you move forward into your careers as occupational therapists, hold on to that spirit of inquiry. Inquiry is more than just a skill. It's a mindset. It is how you will navigate complexity, respond to uncertainty, and continue to grow. It will guide your clinical reasoning, ground your decision in evidence, and ensure that your practice remains thoughtful, ethical, and responsive to the people that you serve. So, you are entering a profession that is constantly evolving. Your willingness to ask questions, seek understanding, and challenge assumptions will not only strengthen your practice, it will help move the profession forward. So as you step into this next phase of level 2 fieldwork, continue to commit to being lifelong learners and reflective practitioners. Continue to connect what you know with what you do and let your experiences shape your deeper understanding. So again, I say congratulations on this remarkable achievement. You are stepping into a space where your learning becomes action, and continue to bring your curiosity, your compassion, and your confidence with you. So, wonderful job. I actually was very impressed with the quality of presentations this morning. And again, it just shows your dedication to academic excellence. So moving on to the white coat ceremony portion of today, as a program, we hold this intentionally to mark the transition that you are moving into, completing the coursework, the didactic portion of the curriculum, and moving into fieldwork. And we want to honor, as a program, we want to honor that moment through this tradition of a white coat ceremony. As you have it there draped over your arm, you understand that this coat is more than just a garment. It is a symbol of readiness, of responsibility, and trust. It reflects the knowledge, skills, and professional identity you have been building and signals your entry into a more immersive phase of your clinical practice. As Downstate students, wearing this white coat also represents a commitment to grounding your care in what we know as pride. And these are the core values of Downstate that define the institution. PRIDE is an acronym where P stands for professionalism, which is upholding ethical practice, accountability, and a deep sense of responsibility to those that you serve. R is for respect, valuing dignity, perspectives, and the lived experiences of every individual that you encounter. I is for innovation, and that is approaching your work with curiosity, creativity, and a willingness to adapt in complex environments. D is for diversity, embracing differences and advancing inclusive, equitable care for all communities. Care. So as you put on this white coat, carry these values with you with intention. They are not just ideals, they are your daily practices that will shape your interactions and the decisions that you make in practice. So take a moment to appreciate how far you've come and the community that has supported you along the way. The relationships that you've built will here, as we've heard this morning from one of our graduates, will continue to ground you as you move forward. So may this white coat serve you as a steady reminder of your purpose and your potential. We look forward to seeing how you grow through the years and beyond. So congratulations, and wear it with pride. Before we get to donning the white coat, I just want to say with warmth and admiration and really just recognize the remarkable academic achievements of this graduating class. I would first like to acknowledge one of our highest academic performers, our salutatorian, Jenny Kim. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Jenny Kim, you've been very quiet about it, but you've earned an exceptional 3.99 GPA. If it were me, I would have just rounded up, but you know. This accomplishment reflects not only academic excellence, but also sustained commitment, discipline, and attention to detail that you've had throughout the program. So once more, please join me in recognizing Jenny Kim. Thank you. And now it is my distinct pleasure to invite to the stage our class valedictorian, Rachel Bergson. Rachel has consistently demonstrated exceptional dedication and excellence across every aspect of our program, culminating in a truly remarkable and unblemished 4.0 GPA. This achievement speaks to both her steadfastness and deep commitment to academic excellence. Rachel, I'm confident that you will share thoughtful reflections with us today. So please join me on stage, and let's give her a hand.
Hello, everyone. Just give me a moment. Good afternoon, everyone. To our esteemed faculty, alumni, our families, and our friends, and most importantly, my incredible classmates, welcome. It's an honor to stand before you today as a member of Downstate's Occupational Therapy class of 2026. When I think about everything we have been through together to get to this moment, I honestly don't know whether to laugh, cry, or just stand here in disbelief that our time here is wrapping up. So please bear with me as I try to summarize all we've been through together in the last 2 years. It really all started down in the basement of this building where we learned about every crevice, every nook and cranny of the human body. There we were almost 2 years ago now, cutting cadavers at 9 in the morning like it was any normal Tuesday. And then we'd go again, sometimes staying in the lab late into the night because apparently once a day down there was never enough. Who knew the smell of formaldehyde could one day feel so nostalgic? In that first summer semester in 2024, we formed friendships and companionships in the most unlikely of places, like the cadaver lab at 9 a.m., that would shape the rest of our time here. That companionship was a real crutch during those lab practicals, waiting nervously on the 7th floor outside the OT room for Dr. Tribble to call our names. Shout out to those practicals for making me feel feelings of fear I've never felt before. Just kidding. It was also so important during that spring semester in 2025 with neuroanatomy, neurophysiology, medical sciences, and our very first fieldwork rotation. It gives me the chills even just thinking about that semester. But our time here wasn't all labs and stress and late nights. There were those lovely days where the weather was nice enough to enjoy lunch outside in the Grove, that time where we got together for a picnic in Prospect Park and discovered our serious skills playing gestures, all of the wonderful soda and COTAT events where we celebrated each other's cultures, learned more about the field, and ate very, very well, and all the moments in between. Running to the deli between classes, finding each other napping in really strange places in the library, and chatting while waiting for the tea water to boil in the OT room. This has not been an easy 2 years. We have all come from such different places, some of us straight out of undergrad, some in the middle of a career change, some earning a second professional degree, some raising a family, and all of us have persevered and got to this moment, and what an incredible accomplishment it really is. I'm so proud of everyone, and will miss seeing you all each day once fieldwork starts. I think what's easy to overlook in the middle of all the studying and the stress is just how much we have impacted each other. Being surrounded by all of you makes me so excited and inspired to be in this field. Every single person in our class made a deliberate choice to dedicate their career to helping people claim and reclaim the things that matter most to them: their independence, their routines, their dignity, and their sense of self and belonging. We chose a profession that sees the whole person, and we have been prepared to become great clinicians, ones who think critically, lead with empathy, and show up every single day determined to provide the best care possible for our clients. So as we put these white coats on and prepare to head into level 2 fieldwork, into real clinics, real patients, and real practice, I want to leave you with something Professor Sable always reminded us. Before starting each lab, he would say to us to play in the sandbox that is OT. Our work is serious and meaningful, but it can still hold joy, curiosity, and creativity. So, class of 2026, let's play. Let's carry everything we've learned into every moment, stay curious, and keep growing. And huge congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Just 1 second. 2. Okay. So thank you, Rachel. Okay, there you are for those insightful remarks. Now we will begin the white coat ceremony. Okay. So I'm joined on this stage by Dr. Jasmine Thomas and Dr. Crystal Brewington. So I will call your name one by one. You'll come up this side, and we'll have 2 people, so we don't get too crowded up here. So if one's taken, you can go to the other. Be sure to stop for your photos, and then you can make your way down the ramp and back to your seat. Okay. So you ready? Yes, I think we're ready. Okay, so the first student that I would like to call to the stage is Tanisha Anderson. Geneva Almonds. Dana Anglin. Asa Bartholomew. Rachel Bergson. Danielle Carter. Danielle Carter. No. That's Danielle Carter. Natasha Casey. Colleen Cassidy. Ya-Yi Chen. Nina Kreiskow. Chloe Della Santa. Andrew Andy Eisen. Jenica Fevos. Lugina Guasco. Tasneem Khan. Jenny Kim. Alexandra Mack. Lila Lima. Stephanie Moreira. That's right. Jennifer Muddick, excuse me. Myra Nadeem. Sharon Park. Marsha Pastrigas. Noah Pulakos. Ruthie Safina Hamadani. Anisha Satyabasuk. Milena Scala. Madeline Silverstein. Juliana Theolin. Madison Thurstino. Sydney Trim. Karen Vasquez. Christina Yee. Thank you, Dr. Brewington and Dr. Thomas. Students, I ask you to stand to take a pledge. So for this white coat ceremony, it's customary to recite this occupational therapy pledge. So I'll break it up so we can sound a little bit in harmony. Are you ready? In the belief that all human beings are unique and have potentials to be realized, I pledge myself to the conscientious and judicial practice of my profession. I set you up there. I solemnly declare that I will hold and keep inviolate whatever I may learn of the lives of my clients, and to be an advocate for their right to live full and meaningful lives. Seeking to serve and be cognizant of the need to maintain my competence. I will strive to continue my professional growth. To this end, that my work may be successful. I will strive for greater knowledge, skill, understanding, and compassion. In the discharge of my duties. It is with dignity and pride that I prepare to join my colleagues in occupational therapy and pledge to uphold the integrity of our profession to the greater good of all we serve. Thank you. You may be seated. This is really a fabulous group. Before we end today, I would like to take time to recognize all the students and the impressive contributions that they've made to advance the ideals of excellence and community. Each of them has, in their own unique way, contributed to the rich tapestry of learning and service, demonstrating a commitment to professional development that will undoubtedly shape their future practice and positively impact the lives of those that they serve. I'm especially thankful for those moments of connection we've had over the last 2 years, where I got to learn a little bit more about your aspirations and sometimes frustrations as you've pursued your goal of becoming an occupational therapist. In preparing for today, I realized how special this group is for me, not just for what you've accomplished so far, but for how you've done it. You've been genuinely a close-knit group, supportive, grounded, and let's be honest, very good at finding moments of joy when things got intense. Watching your video monologue earlier, or last night, I found myself thinking back to some of those early moments. I remember meeting Lugina for her admissions interview, where you shared how invested you were in community health and how you wanted to bring that into your OT practice. And then, you know, the first semester hits, as Rachel described, anatomy and those other courses. Everyone was humbled a little bit, slightly overwhelmed, but you all found your rhythm. And, you know, whenever I needed a break, I knew I can stop by the classroom to find Asa and Andy for a good chat about family or career paths. And, you know, Madeline, I never knew where quite to find you. You were at the library desk, the student center desk, another desk entirely. You've juggled a few jobs while you were here. Christina, Chloe, Yai, I so appreciate how you would come to my office and routinely check in on me, you know, ask how my day was going. I was always prepared for the, okay, what's the agenda here? But it was really genuine. It was really genuine. And, oh, Dana, I hope, I don't know if you're mostly ready for this moment, but you might have to retire that NYU sweatshirt and wear your Downstate white coat with pride. These moments, as small as they may seem, are what made this group so memorable. And now seeing you all here ready to step into this next chapter, it's really something special. The path ahead is bright for you, and I have no doubt that each of you will make a meaningful impact. So as you move forward, stay grounded in empathy, the kind of empathy that brought you here. Be open to complexity, uncertainty, growth, and continue to bring that steady, thoughtful presence into the lives of the people that you will serve. So now, I would like to recognize or do some more recognition of a group of high-achieving students. Earlier this semester, we inducted this group into the Pi Theta Epsilon, which is our local chapter of the National Occupational Therapy Honor Society. These students accepted every academic challenge placed in front of them and performed at a high level, achieving a GPA of 3.8 or higher. So members of Pi Theta Epsilon Alpha Kappa chapter, will you please stand as I call your name, and everyone, will you join me in recognizing them? First, we have Rachel Berkson. Jenny Kim. Sharon Park. Milena Scala. Colleen Cassidy. Madeline Silverstein, Madison Thursino, Jennifer Muddick, Dana Anglin, Asa Bartholomew, and Christina Yee. Outstanding job, outstanding job. You may be seated. I invite Dr. Brewington to the stage. We have a few awards to give out shortly. But before that, I want to recognize this next set of students. They were part of our specialty elective concentration in early intervention. In addition to taking the primary curriculum, these students, they took additional classes, which, shows how aspiring they are. Their passion to learn how to serve young children from birth to age 3 and their families is really impressive. So I would like to recognize their dedication today. So would Natasha Casey stand? Colleen Cassidy, Chloe De La Santa, Stephanie Moera, Jennifer Muddick, Ruthie Safina Hamadani, Madison Thursino, and Karen Vasquez, please stand. Thank you so much, thank you. These next students, I'm happy to share, are the leaders of our local chapter of NPAS, and that is the National Perinatal Association Student Society. These students have demonstrated an interdisciplinary commitment to education, scholarship, advocacy, and service to perinatal health. They have made a profound commitment to promoting evidence-based practices and championing the needs of patients and their families. And their leadership and contributions to our community, I think, is just really invaluable, and to the wider perinatal health population. So would Colleen Cassidy, Dana Anglin, Jennifer Muddick, and Madison Thursino please stand? Now let's do the 10-meter walk. You get it right? Andy, the timed up and go? Yeah. Are you ready? You don't know the timed up and go? Okay, next, you can have a seat. You can have a seat. All right, so now I would like to call the next group of students to the stage to receive a certificate from Dr. Brewington and the program, and these are our student clubs. Our student clubs operate semi-independently. Their efforts are really student-driven to make sure that there's cohesion and morale amongst the group, and as they seek to support each other, but also get out into the community. So I would like to recognize the executive board members of SOTA, which is the Student Occupational Therapy Association, and COTAD, which is the Coalition of Occupational Therapy Advocates for Diversity. Over the past year, the leaders of these student clubs expanded their missions to provide increased opportunities for professional development, community service, and occupational therapy advocacy within both Downstate, but also the broader communities. Together, SOTA and COTAD forge meaningful connections amongst all of our students in their class, but also in the junior class, while actively promoting the values and increasing the visibility of the profession. So, beginning with SOTA, they focus on programming efforts on fostering strong and supportive community. The board successfully organized events that provided a space for students to study together and share lunches and learn from guest speakers of multiple fields. So to that end, would you join me on stage? And everyone, would you join me in celebrating Sydney Trim, Yayi Chen, Dana Anglin, Jenny Kim, Milena Scala, and Rachel Bergson. Similarly, in that same spirit of collaboration, COTAD celebrates the diverse strengths within our program. I also want to highlight their incredible contributions. This year, COTAD has been instrumental in enriching the student experience by championing justice, equality, diversity, and inclusion through a variety of impactful intercultural programs and service learning activities. Their dedication is shown through their efforts in organizing student volunteers, fostering community on campus through their various and vibrant cultural celebrations. So, would Noah Palacos, Stephanie Moreira, Karen Vasquez, Christina Yee, and Chloe De La Santa join me on the stage? By now, I hope you see that this is indeed a very special class that's full of talent. I'd like to recognize another student who has a special distinction while in the program. This student, we should give a warm send-off because they're about to go to Anaheim, California to represent the program in the American Occupational Therapy Association Institute for Future Scientists as a mentee, a research mentee. In addition to that, they are a fellow in the Multidisciplinary Addiction Training Program. In recognition of their achievement and excellence, I would like to invite Noah Palacos to the stage. Our next student, I would also like to take time to recognize all of their efforts that they've put into fostering community through the different events that they've hosted as part of Student Council. To kind of watch this person grow over the years and assume a leadership position where not only are they representing the occupational therapy program, but also all the students within the School of Health Professions, making sure that that voice is represented across campus is really outstanding and has been a true pleasure to watch. I would like to invite to the stage Juliana Theoloy. So these next set of awards, recipients of these awards were decided upon to recognize their outstanding service to the program. We also have another set of awards that will be presented during SOAP Convocation, which is on Tuesday, May 12th. So I hope to see you back here. But these set of awards, it's my honor and great pleasure to present the award for outstanding service to Occupational Therapy Program. I think it's a prestigious award that celebrates students who've made significant and lasting impact through their extraordinary service. These individuals have consistently gone above and beyond, supporting their peers within the program, but as well as the faculty and how we try to make this a smooth operation. Their willingness to assist in both official capacities and also everyday interactions has really enriched our learning environment and strengthened our community. So our first awardee has really consistently demonstrated exceptional commitment to community outreach and service. I vividly recall our first meeting during her admissions interview, where she spoke about profound passion and her vision of occupational therapy as a vehicle for improving the human condition. That vision has clearly translated into action. This honoree faithfully embodies our mission, constantly going above and beyond to support the program. You know, I think you know the lyrics. She's always there when you call. Whether it's our local health fairs or licensing exam review course or maybe admissions interview session, she has been there consistently as an ambassador of the program. And I would say, sometimes they say the best ability is availability. And her reliability and consistent presence has built an incredible foundation of trust within our community. So I would like for you to give me a big round of applause for Tanisha Anderson. This next group of students, I would like to recognize them as exceptional individuals, but also a really dynamic team who provided service to our occupational therapy program. Together, these awardees have significantly elevated the visibility of our program and deepened engagement, both within our master's and post-professional doctoral program. Through their dedicated work on the program newsletter and social media platforms, they have been a driving force in sharing the heart of what we do with the world. Their creative efforts have been instrumental in fostering a stronger sense of community and connection amongst current students and our alumni alike. But their dedication doesn't stop at the screen, whether they have arrived early to volunteer for information sessions or represented us at various events. They have served as some of our most enthusiastic ambassadors. Their willingness to step up whenever the program needed a student voice or needed a helping hand made really a lasting impression on us all. So please join me in a warm, warm round of applause as I invite Geneva Ammons, Natasha Casey, Sharon Park, and Ruthie Safina Hamadani. Thank you, Dr. Brewington. That really concludes our event. Thank you for everyone who's joined us in person and live stream. Some of you from early this morning. I think it's time to feed you. And for you to go out and view some of the posters, take some photos. This really, having all of you here. Oh, how could I forget the best part? So actually, before we do that, I want to invite to the stage Sydney Trim and Noah Palakos, who will share the video montage that they and the rest of the group created. Thank you so much for reminding me. You say I'm so eager.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to start off by saying congratulations to the class of 2026. We have worked so hard to get here, and I'm genuinely so proud of every single one of us. We've done so much, and we've shared a lot of time together in the past 2 years, and honestly, it's been great. So I also want to give a shout out to our creative directors, Milena and Chloe, for putting together the video that captures the past 2 years of our time together here at Downstate. I hope you guys all enjoy.
You wake up, it's raining and it's Monday. Looks like one of those rough days. Time's up, you're late again, so get out the door. Sometimes you feel like running, find a whole new life and jumping. Let go, get up and hit the dance floor. But when the lights go down, it's the ending of the show. And you're feeling like you got nowhere to go. Don't you know you can change your hair and you can change your clothes. You can change your mind, that's just the way it goes. You can say goodbye and you can say hello, but you'll always find a way back home. You can change your style, you can change your dreams. You can learn to fly and you can chase your dreams. You can laugh and cry, but everybody knows you'll always find your way back home. Your best friends, your little hometown, are waiting up wherever you go now. You know that you can always turn around. 'Cause this world is big and it's crazy. And this girl is thinking that maybe this life is what some people dream about. 'Cause when I'm feeling down and I'm all alone, I've always got a place where I can go. 'Cause I know you can change your hair and you can change your clothes. You can change your mind, that's just the way it goes. You can say goodbye and you can say hello, but you'll always find your way back home. You can change your style, you can change your dreams. You can learn to fly and you can chase your dreams. You can laugh and cry, but everybody knows you'll always find your way back home. The real you is a superstar. You know it's never too far away. You can change your hair and you can change your clothes. You can change your mind, that's unwritten. Can't read my mind. I'm undefined. I'm just beginning. The pen's in my hand. Ending unplanned. Staring at the blank page before you. Open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Yeah. Oh, oh. I break tradition. Sometimes my tries are outside the line. Yeah, yeah. We've been conditioned to not make mistakes, but I can't live that way. Oh. Staring at the blank page before you. Open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Staring at the blank page before you. Open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking time to capture some of the moments, the many moments that you've had throughout the years. Oh, I see some tears. So we're going to start with the procession out. It really is a beautiful moment. So they're going to stand up, and I would ask everyone to wait until all the students has proceeded out. They're going to go up and out on that side of the hall, or yep, on that side, the way you came in. This side. Okay, this side. Excuse me. And yes, please, everyone remain seated until all the students proceed out. So you may stand, and let's give them another warm round of applause. All right, thank you everyone for your cheers, for your tears. Thank you. Let's join them in the atrium.